Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Dear President of the Senate, establishment and appointment of members to joint select committees. I wish to advise that at a sitting held on Friday, November the 11th, 2022, the House of Representatives agreed to the following resolutions. 1. Resolved that the following 6 members be appointed to serve on the Joint Select Committee established to consider and report on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020. Mr. Stephen McClatchy, MP, Mr. Kennedy Richards, MP, Ms. Shamfa Kajo, MP, Mr. Brian Manning, MP, Mr. Ravi Ratiram, MP, Mr. Rushton Paré, MP. 2. Resolved that the following 6 members be appointed to serve on the Joint Select Committee established to consider and report on the Shipping Bill 2020. Mrs. Penelope Beckles-Robinson, MP, Mr. Marvin Gonzalez, MP, Mrs. Lisa Morris-Julian, MP, Mr. Keith Scotland, MP, Mr. Devendranath Tanku, MP, Mr. Dinesh Rambali, MP. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the Senate be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience, please. Thank you. Respectfully, Mr. Esmond Ford, MP, Deputy Speaker of the House.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives on the supplemental order paper. The Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2022 in the name of the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
Minister of Digital Transformation.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers listed in the order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Minister of Digital Transformation to the 3rd report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, and an inquiry into the impact of work from home and alternative work arrangements, policies, initiatives, and the public sector productivity and service delivery. I thank you.
Attorney General.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs to the 3rd report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the implementation of the recommendations of the 24th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the examination into the processing of the payment of pensions and gratuities of retired public officers and contracted employees.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. the ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the third report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the impact of COVID-19 on the micro and small enterprises sector, the report of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the progress of the proposals to restructure CLICO, BAT, and CIB for the quarter ending June 30th, 2022.
Reports from committees.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The 6th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the internal controls expenditure and the accessibility and availability of diagnostic imaging services at public health institutions with specific reference to the Tobago Regional Health Authority. The 7th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the implementation of the Public Sector Investment Program for fiscal year 2021. The 8th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the statements of expenditure for the first, second, and third quarters of the financial year 2022 with respect to recurrent expenditure and development program, consolidated fund, and infrastructure development fund.
Urgent questions.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, we've requested that the urgent questions be deferred to a later stage in the proceedings.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, there are 3 questions for oral answer on the order paper, and the government is in a position to respond to all 3 of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 10 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the response to question number 10, as filed by my colleague, Senator Wade Mark, is as follows. The total amount of fees paid to Mr. Fayed Hussain, Senior Counsel, for the period June 19th, 2021 to March 31st, 2021 is $4,306,500, VAT inclusive. Those payments were made in relation to 20 legal matters. These matters include legally and factually complex cases, landmark public law cases, immigration matters inclusive of habeas corpus, and judicial review matters, as well as legal opinions on matters of law.
Senator Mark.
Yes, Madam President, through you, can I ask the Attorney General if you could outline the various legal opinions and the associated costs to those legal opinions as outlined by the Honorable Attorney General?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
The Attorney General talked about some 20 legal matters. Would the Attorney General be willing to provide us with a summary of those matters quickly?
Attorney General.
Madam President, thank you very much. Senator Mark, I would wish to decline in providing the summary of those matters. Many of those matters are still currently engaging the attention of the courts and in almost all respects are still sub judice.
Through you, Madam President, would the Attorney General be willing to provide us in writing just the bare outline of those cases without going into details having regard to what he has said about the sub judice nature of some of these cases.
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. You have one more question you can ask?
I'll go on to question 2, sir.
Sure.
Question number 11 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. For the period May 1st, 2019 to March 15th, 2022, the former Attorney General, Honorable Faris Al-Rawi, traveled overseas 5 times in respect of the purposes and with the officials as I set out below. Since assuming office as Attorney General on March 16th, 2022, I traveled overseas on official business once in respect of the purpose as set out below. With respect to the Honorable Faris Al-Rawi, former Attorney General, travel dates June 16th, 2019 to June 21st, 2019, Florida, United States of America. He was accompanied by the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Mrs. Joan Honoré Paul, the head of the Anti-Terrorism Unit and Deputy Chairman of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee of the Office of the Attorney General, Mrs. Vieira Sharma. And the purpose of the trip was to attend Financial Action Task Force, commonly known as FATF, plenary mandatory face-to-face meetings by which Trinidad and Tobago's delegation addressed the FATF Joint Group's interrogation of Trinidad and Tobago's action plan to treat with the deficiencies identified in its 4th round mutual evaluation report and follow-up reports. And the cost of that trip was $117,051.19 Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Secondly, on the 2nd of September 2019 to the 4th of September 2019, Honorable Al-Rawi traveled to Florida, United States of America. He was accompanied by Mrs. Joan Honoré Paul, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Mrs. Ida Eversley, Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and the aforesaid Mrs. Vieira Sharma in her aforesaid capacities. The purpose of the trip was to attend FATF, an international cooperation review group, joint group of the Americas mandatory face-to-face meetings by which Trinidad and Tobago's delegations addressed the FATF joint group's interrogations of Trinidad and Tobago's action plan to treat with the deficiencies identified in its 4th round mutual evaluation report and follow-up reports, and in preparation for Trinidad and Tobago's 5th mutual round mutual evaluation. The cost of that trip was $78,509.38. Thirdly, the Honorable Al-Rawi on the 13th of October 2019 to the 22nd of October 2019 traveled to Paris, France, in the company of Mrs. Ida Eversley, Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel, as aforesaid, and Mrs. Vieira Sharma in her aforesaid capacities. That the purpose of that trip was to attend FATF's plenary mandatory face-to-face meetings by which Trinidad and Tobago was required to subject itself to interrogation of the ICRG group and full FATF plenary with respect to the joint group's report, which were above mentioned. The cost of that trip was Trinidad and Tobago $265,723.14. Fourthly, on the 16th of February 2020 to the 21st of February 2020, Honorable Al-Rawi traveled again to Paris, France, accompanied by Mrs. Joan Honoré Paul in her aforesaid capacity, Mrs. Vieira Sharma in her aforesaid capacity. The purpose of that trip was to attend FATF plenary mandatory face-to-face meetings by which Trinidad and Tobago was required to subject itself to interrogation of the ICRG and full FATF plenary. The Attorney General, Mr. Al-Rawi, delivered Trinidad and Tobago's position on systemic reform arising out of the 5th round mutual evaluation held in Trinidad and Tobago in January 2020. Trinidad and Tobago was consequently removed from the FATF grey list and therefore is no longer subject to active monitoring by FATF. The cost of that trip was $214,926.20. On the 13th of November 2021 to the 25th of November 2021, Honorable Al-Rawi traveled to the Netherlands, Belgium, the United Kingdom of Belgium, and was there in his capacity as Attorney General to conduct...
Attorney General, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, through you, can I ask the Attorney General if he can circulate in writing the remaining parts, seeing that time would not have permitted him to complete his statement?
Attorney General.
I have no objection to doing that. There were just two items left, one for Mr. Al-Rawi and one for myself. I have no difficulty in doing that.
Madam President, may I ask the Attorney General whether it's a normal practice when we are going to FATF meetings to have the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions accompany the Attorney General? Is that a normal practice, or was that extraordinary circumstances?
Well, let's just leave it to the first part of the question.
Okay, thanks, ma'am.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. The attendance of the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions or any other officer who travels with the Attorney General is determined by the necessity and circumstances of the consultation to be undertaken. So there is no invariable practice with respect to any one individual or office.
Senator Mark.
Is the Attorney General in a position to inform this Honorable Senate what were the specific circumstances that would have warranted the intervention of the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions on these trips?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. I did not say that any circumstance warranted an intervention by the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. I said that she accompanied the Honorable Attorney General as the circumstances warranted in the circumstances which I outlined.
Yeah, Madam President, can the Attorney General indicate whether during these meetings in Paris, the Attorney General took the opportunity to have meetings on the sidelines?
No. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On the question which was asked, Mr. Senator Wade Mark, I was able to speak to the purpose of the meetings which occurred face-to-face. I am not aware of any sideline meetings that occurred.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Okay. Question number 12 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the government relies upon a number of factors in determining whether attorneys representing the state of Trinidad and Tobago, a sovereign republic, should attend court matters at the Privy Council in person as opposed to attending to those matters virtually. These factors include the complexity and novelty of matters before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, the urgency of the matters, the implications that the matter or matters will have on the public interest, whether a full or extended panel of the Judicial Committee is scheduled to hear the matter or matters, whether local Trinidad and Tobago Council are involved and or required, pre-trial and trial arrangements involved, and the advice of Trinidad and Tobago's United Kingdom solicitors in all of the circumstances. Every matter is approached on a case-by-case basis, and there are arguments for and against virtual appeals. There is no doubt that a major benefit of virtual hearings is the time and money saved. Virtual trials can be conducted anywhere in the world as long as there is good internet access. The human element associated with an in-person hearing should not, however, be discounted, including the ability of attorneys easily to consult with each other and their clients during the hearings on points raised during the hearings and to easily have access to files, authorities, and documents. Unreliable technology is also a factor that must be considered. Virtual hearings can sometimes be adversely affected by unstable access to Wi-Fi and less than acceptable quality of the internet connection, audio and video.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Attorney General, through you, whether he can provide us from his own knowledge as to the number of possible virtual meetings that might have been attended by attorneys representing the state virtually?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question based on the question that was posed and the answer that was given.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Is it? Okay.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed. I beg your pardon. Madam President, thank you. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903, be now read a second time. Madam President, as I said in the other place, the privilege falls to me, for which I am grateful, to pilot this bill, having been asked by my colleague, the Minister of Works and Transport, to pilot the bill in the other house as he was attending to urgent business of the state. I am privileged today to stand in his stead to continue to pilot this bill. The bill, Madam President, provides for an amendment to the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903. By Clause 3 of that bill, it seeks to delete Subclause 2 of Clause 2 of the first schedule, thereby removing the limit of 2 consecutive terms for members of the board of that authority. Clause 2, Subclause 2 of the first schedule states, quote, "No member of the board other than the Director General shall hold office for more than 2 consecutive terms." The aim of Clause 3 of the bill, Madam President, is to amend Clause 2 of the first schedule by deleting Subclause 2. The aim of that deletion is to ensure in the board of the authority the continued availability to this country and the aviation regulatory industry of suitably qualified, experienced, and competent persons. Very importantly, Madam President, the need for this amendment is to be considered in the context of Section 14A of the Act, and I take the trouble, with your leave, to read that section as it presently obtains as part of the law of the Civil Aviation Act. Quote, "No member or former member shall accept employment or enter into a contract of service with an entity regulated by the authority until the expiry of 2 years from the termination of his appointment, whether by signature, revocation, effluxion of time, or otherwise," unquote. The significance of that section, therefore, being that at the end of the 2 consecutive terms of office of the board, that is to say, by effluxion of time, the country is not able to have the benefit, and indeed the members of the board are not able to benefit from continued employment in the country as members of a highly specialized industry. They are actually debarred from being employed after they have their term has expired by effluxion of time. What that has meant, Madam President, is that in particular, having regard to the small society that we have the privilege to be part of, Trinidad and Tobago, with its limited population, and the highly specialized nature of the particular skill that comes to the board, the skill of avionics, avionic risk management, and others, it means that persons are loath to take up employment as members of a board which will result in them not being able to return into the public and to continue to be employed for a period of as long as 2 years, given that they have already served 2 years on the board of the Civil Aviation Authority. So that is a significant consideration that has to be taken into account as we look at the need for the amendment, which I move today before this Honourable House. And may I say, Madam President, to address a concern that was uttered in the other place, there has been no dereliction of duty on the part of this government to be bringing this bill before this House at this stage. The point there being that the term of office of the members of the board expired in September of this year. We are in November. But the attention of the government has been engaged since January of this year in attempting to find and place in office members of a board to replace those members whose term expired in September 2022. In point of fact, there has been an attempt by the government to seek for further amendments, more holistic amendments of the Act, and the issue that is before us today, that is to say, deleting Section 2 of Clause 2 of the first schedule, is one of a number of issues that actually was referred by the government through the Office of the Attorney General to the Law Reform Commission, and that Law Reform Commission has produced a policy document which is going to inform subsequent approaches to this House, once approved by Cabinet, for more holistic amendments to the Civil Aviation Act, which I dare say in due course will be asking this court to address Section 14A. Madam President, the Civil Aviation Authority is a body that is incorporated by statute. It is established under the Civil Aviation Act and is charged with responsibility for regulating all civil aviation activities within Trinidad and Tobago. The authority acts as the main liaison between Trinidad and Tobago, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and national civil aviation authorities of other countries. Pursuant to Section 11(1) of the Act, the business of the authority is managed by a board of directors comprising 8 persons, appointed by the President in accordance with the provisions of the first schedule, and the Director General appointed in accordance with Section 13, who shall be an ex officio member. It is important to appreciate, Madam President, that of the 8 members of the board, 2 are mandatory. One is to be nominated from the Tobago House of Assembly. The other is to be nominated from the Environmental Management Authority. Significantly, of the remaining 6, the section of the schedule prescribes that the President is required to appoint, and I quote here, 6 suitably qualified persons with proven experience in the fields of civil aviation, law, financial management, economics, or human resource management. I emphasize by repetition, suitably qualified persons with proven experience in the field of civil aviation. Madam President, the reality is that the board of the Civil Aviation Authority would be significantly handicapped to the point of being non-functional if that board were not able to recruit to its resources the skills and proven competence and experience of persons who are qualified in and have had experience in the field of civil aviation. That informs the rationale, Madam President, for the amendment which we seek of this House today. The civil aviation industry is a highly technical and specialized field. The board is charged with critical responsibilities for regulatory and air navigation services in its management of the authority. Among the responsibilities with which the board is charged is the preparation of a corporate plan with respect to corporate management programs and goals of the authority to include, among other things, the analysis of risk factors likely to affect aviation safety in the aviation industry, not only over the skies of Trinidad and Tobago, but in the skies through which the planes which depart and return to Trinidad and Tobago are to be regulated. And that board is to keep the minister apprised throughout the term of the board with respect to the realization of its corporate plan, so that one has to have an ongoing attention and detail to the specialized skill of civil aviation in the composition and capacity of the board properly to serve its statutory mandate. The authority, Madam President, is responsible as a national entity for a number of critical matters. When one looks at Section 5 of the Act, one sees that it is charged with the responsibility to maintain a standard of safety and efficiency in the civil aviation system that is at least equal to the standard of safety prescribed by the International Convention on Civil Aviation, the Chicago Convention, with 193 state parties, which includes all member states of the United Nations. The board has an onerous and grave responsibility. The Chicago Convention defines the minimum accepted prescribed standards and recommended practices that a large section of the international community has acceded to. The authority is also required to keep in sight all other aviation conventions, international agreements or understandings to which the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is a party, in order to ensure this country's continued compliance with such agreements and to review these treaties and agreements to which the state has yet to accede and to recommend which ones should be ratified. Indeed, Madam President, pursuant to Section 8.2 of the Act, the authority is to provide advice and to develop sustainable aviation practices for the national sector in a manner that ensures, so far as practicable, that the environment is protected from detrimental effects associated with the operation and use of aerodrome and aircraft. Among the items which the board is charged to pay particular attention to, Madam President, are the licensing, inspection, and regulation of navigation aerodromes, the issuing of certificates of airworthiness, the certification of air operators, the certification of airmen. One only has to reflect within the last couple of years to some of those most tragic circumstances of airworthiness or lack thereof, which...
If I could, thank you, AJ. Through you, Madam President, just 3 quick questions for clarity. Is it that the rationale for these amendments is or are prompted by a lack of options to sit on the board moving forward, given that we would have known the terms of the present members of the board were coming up under the regime of this present act of 2 years? And if that is so, what is the main reason? Is the reason that the prohibition of the 2-year term that a sitting member cannot work in the industry or sector related to the industry? And also, finally, what are the implications for that in the context of the removal of this? Does it mean that the members can sit indefinitely if we remove this? And what are the transparency and accountability mechanisms or related issues where that is concerned?
Thank you, Senator Richards. I'll try to address the questions as I attempted to take a note of them. In terms, if I may deal with the last first, in terms of transparency related to indefinite terms, I don't think that the amendment, should we vote for it today and affirm it into law, is going to mean that the members of the board will sit until they expire.
Sorry, thank you, Madam President. Just one interjection. I meant that at some point, the board will need new people. People pass on, people resign. So if we can't get new people now, apparently, what is going to fix that in the long term? This measure seems a short-term measure.
Well, not necessarily, Mr. Senator Richards, because one of the things that I was going to come to, and I'll come to it immediately, is that the mandatory qualifications and proven experience component that is required by the legislation will allow a board that is extended beyond its 2 terms, consisting of persons who are already of proven experience, to mentor a younger person who may have come onto the board, because it's not as if all the members of the board are automatically replaced, so that one can bring younger persons who are in the civil aviation industry and get the mentoring on the board from those who are already part of the civil aviation industry, so that in due course the younger persons can remain and the older ones can move on. So I don't know if that addresses your question. But going back to the very first question, that is to say the lack of options, it is not that there was a lack of options in the years that the government appreciated that the board needed to be replaced. Attempts were made to find persons, and I know that the Minister of Works will speak to that, and the bottom line is that the cadre was so small and remains so small that it was not possible at this point to be able to have a board of suitably proven persons of experience and competence to continue beyond the September deadline. Thank you. If I may continue, Madam President. So, as I was saying, Madam President, the board must continuously be competent in areas that touch and concern aviation, including aviation risk management, in order to effectively discharge its governance options. In a population as small as Trinidad and Tobago, this means that the cadre of qualified persons, appropriately qualified and competent, ready and available to serve on the board, can be challenging, and that is the experience that the government has had. That cadre is made even smaller from the highly specialized aviation field by the limitation imposed by Section 14A. Not allowing persons to return to employment in their specialized area of expertise after their term on the board has expired, so that persons are reluctant to step forward to offer themselves given the guillotine effect of their term of office having expired and not being able to return to their highly experienced area chosen as their profession. It is in this context, therefore, that it is recommended that the limit of the 2 terms be deleted to allow the board to continue to draw on and to benefit from the experience and competence of serving members, specialized and experienced in the field of civil aviation in particular. The suggested amendment, Madam President, allows the board to operate with the required expertise while paving the way, and this is what I just addressed in my answer to Senator Richards, while paving the way for new talent to be sourced through a mixture of both old and newer members, allowing the transfer of knowledge on the board in its evolving competence without limiting the board unduly. The amendment of the term of office to delete the 2 terms therefore allows the business of the board to continue while new members can continue to be sourced and mentored during the currency of the board as it evolves. Urgency, Madam President, is therefore a watchword that I urge on my colleagues in this chamber today, given the fact that the term of office of the last board expired in September of this year. That cannot be understated, having regard to the responsibilities that the board is statutorily charged with to maintain risk avoidance in its discharge of its civil aviation responsibilities. It is of the utmost importance that the board comprises suitably qualified, experienced, and competent persons. It is therefore evident in my respectful submission, Madam President, that the proposed amendment is necessary to ensure the continued safe operations, and I stress the word safe operations, of the authority over the airspace of this Republic, consistent with its statutory mandate and in the public interest. And I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903, be now read a second time. Senator John.
Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute. As the proposer said, the bill has 3 clauses, with the substantive one being the clause, the first schedule, the appointment of the board, and what is being suggested there. Madam President, for the purpose of this debate, the Parent Civil Aviation Act 4903, Chapter 4903, Act 11 of 2001, in its preamble, states that it is an act to make provision for the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority, for the regulation of all civil aviation activities, for the implementation of certain international conventions, and for the institution of safety requirements. And basically, that is the mandate of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority Board. Madam President, and I'm happy to hear the Honorable Attorney General has indicated the Minister who has the Civil Aviation Authority on his schedule will address this Senate, because I think it is important that we understand what is so special about the recently passed board. Because lest he forget, in the part 2 of the Act, the administration, the functions of the minister, the minister shall be responsible for the general administration of this Act and for the development of policy on air navigation for Trinidad and Tobago. And 2, Madam President, in furtherance of subsection 1, the minister may give to the board any general or special policy directions in relation to this Act, with which the board shall comply. It means, therefore, that I think the minister will be of great assistance to this Senate in helping us to understand why this board, because the Civil Aviation Act was proclaimed in 2001. It means that there has been 3 administrations before this one who would have had boards according to this Act, and they would have safely administered the 750,000 square miles of airspace above our heads and thereafter. So this is nothing new. When they came, existing government came in up to 2016. There would have been several administrations with boards that had to perform the same function. So, Madam President, the schedule says, well, of course, that there must be 6 suitably qualified persons in the fields of civil aviation, law, financial management, etc. And the tenure of the board shall not exceed, 3 years, and of course they can be reappointed. So it means, Madam President, that since the board had been appointed in 2016 or thereabouts, the government had 6 years to think about where they have reached today, that there is no board really overseeing the business of the Civil Aviation Authority. Yes, they tell us it is, about safety and so on, and that is true. That is true. But they had 6 years to think about that. And yet they did nothing. So much so that the term of the board expired in September. So, Madam, that is the process based on the law which is currently in effect. And that, of course, which had been followed prior to as the rule of law which we understand in this system. Madam President, the proposer of the bill and in the explanatory notes, it claimed that the reason for bringing this amendment is that they can find no one in the field of civil aviation, in the field of law, in the field of financial management, in the field of economics, human resource management, not persons from Tobago, etc. The former board, as I said before, they had more than enough time to treat with this issue. And really, I want the Honourable Minister in winding up to indicate where did he look in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, maybe this debate should serve as an advertisement, because I think it is a great disservice to the many career professionals in this country waiting in the wings to serve their country. This is a country that is known to box above its weight. And not only that, we have exceptional professionals in this aviation industry. Exceptional. Way above par in this profession. So much so that you can find a captain on Qantas, on Emirates, Singapore Air, the best airlines in the world. You'll find our people there. So I think it's a great disservice that maybe some partner they want to put in and basically they are just disparaging everybody else. Madam President, I believe we probably have more accountants and professionals in finance per capita than any other country in the world. And when the Honorable Attorney General he said people with experience in civil aviation. That is not so for the accountant. The accountant is not there to look after civil aviation. There's a director general. And within the structure of the organization, you will have the specific professionals to treat with the civil aviation matters. Lawyers. I mean, why is the government looking for lawyers? Good lawyers. And I recommend, if they want good lawyers, they could always go south of the Karuni, as they say, of course. There are quite a few good men and women south of the Karuni, right? And if you can't find a HR professional, go to Hermat and ask. There's nothing special about that. We have a lot of good professionals waiting to serve. And in the field of aviation, as I said before, we have been in this business. We have had BWIA, BWI as we used to call it. As a matter of fact, there was a time when BWA was, but will it arrive? As a joke. It was an inside joke for Trinidadians and Tobagonians because somehow they say you're bound to wait at the airport. But we waited patriotically for our beautiful airline to come in or to leave. So that is since 1940, decades of experience. I've sat on planes, Madam President, and you hear pilot coming in. When that time we had, before the PNM government sold out our slot in London. Pilot coming and say, this is my 30th year I've been flying. Sometimes you're coming in for carnival, and 30 minutes outside, they will start singing calypso, singing Nordels, or singing Sparrow. That is the nature. We are different, we are diverse, we are beautiful, and we have so many very good people. And that is why we always brag that BWI and now CAL is the safest airline in the world. We always bragged about that. So we have no, for the minister purposes, we have no shortage of civil aviation practitioners, no shortage of that. As a matter of fact, I think in 2021, you all were sending home 115 pilots, sending them home. That's to tell you how many pilots we had there. And that had nothing to do with the Retired Pilots Association. We have so many excellent, they are not just good, excellent pilots who can sit on this board. And they're waiting to be called. So I don't think I have to give the minister a history in our aviation, in that kind of career span or experience, because I'm hoping as the Minister of Works and Transport for the last 7 years, he would have taken the time to do some reading or just associate himself with what we have been doing and to understand what we have done as Trinidad and Tobago in developing this cadre of professionals of whom we must be very, very proud. And they have also kept us safe. So, Madam President, in the Cayman Islands, because what has been said is that we are so small, so we have nobody. You're wringing our hands, we have nobody. The Cayman Islands, they have a population of about 67,000 people. So we are about 1,500% times bigger than they are. And the Office of the Attorney General of the Cayman Islands did an audit on the governance in aviation bodies in 2017. So it is not so long, it was during the period of the board who just left, the period of their tenure. And just briefly, Madam President, a summary of the key findings. It was 2 authorities, so they had 3 of them, sorry, in civil aviation. Civil Aviation Authority of the Cayman Islands, Cayman Islands Airport Authority, and Cayman Islands Airways Limited. And what they said here, well, of course, they acknowledged everybody was different, and basically, so the audit covered different periods, and they went on to say in the key findings, in this population of 67,543 citizens, we are about 1.3 million or thereabouts, with a deep history of aviation. The key findings is that Cabinet needs to ensure proper rotation of board members. Each body is governed by separate legislation that sets out the requirements for boards of directors, how they should be appointed, and governance arrangement that should be in place. None of the legislation makes specific reference to the need for rotation of board members. Proper and planned rotation of board members is important, as it allows for fresh perspective and challenge. It needs to be planned well, as changing too many members at the same time could result in significant loss of expertise. So they have said basically some of the same things. But you're planning, we didn't just now come into this. The government knew in 2016 that they were going to have a problem in 2022. But they did nothing about it because they had a plan. They didn't have to plan because they had a plan to bring back this same board that has sat there for the last 6 years. And no one to tell us that they are so special that this Senate needs to approve them to stay there until the 12th of November. Madam President, the principal function of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority is to regulate and administer a safe civil system to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago properly discharges obligations under the International Civil Aviation Agreement and treaties, in particular the Chicago Convention. And the Attorney General did make reference to that because that is very important, because we are not only bounded by this piece of legislation, but also by these treaties, etc. So therefore, the mid-air collision on October 9th, it's not only a matter for the Civil Aviation Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, but some of these treaties would have meant that other bodies, international bodies, would have come into place, such as in this same, the Chicago Convention of 1944, they established a body called the International Civil Aviation, organization. And that it is meant to oversee and to harmonize the civil aviation regulations all over the world. So when you have this near miss, it is not only a matter of the Civil Aviation Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. The federal authority, the FAA, of America, Federal Aviation Administration, they come into play. Because, Madam President, in 2001, Trinidad and Tobago lost its Category 1 status. And in losing that, it wasn't a matter of the airport. It's about the system. The civil aviation system had to do with the regulations. The regulations were not in place. So we lost it. Because there are 8 critical elements that primarily, whether it is the ICOA, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority, or the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, there are 8 critical elements. The primary aviation legislation, which is what we have before us, the Civil Aviation Authority legislation, the specific operating regulation, state civil aviation system and safety oversight functions, technical personnel qualification and training, technical guidance tools, and the provision of safety critical information, licensing, certification, authorization, and approval obligations, surveillance obligation, resolution of safety concerns. So this is not about Trinidad and Tobago only. This is also about the international obligations. So yes, there is safety and there is a heavy weight on the board. Notwithstanding that, it is all guided by the international organizations. So, Madam President, in 2016, when the board showed up, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation System was a Category 1. And to their credit, we are still at a Category 1. So I don't know, we are not at 1A+, 1A++. You know, they are not involved with, what's his name, Elon Musk, who want to go on Mars, or Bezos, who want to make a road to space. What are they doing that is so special that we need this particular 6 to remain fixed in place? I did not hear that explanation from the Honorable Attorney General, and I think that it is important, particularly in light of this near mid-air collision that we had, because it cannot only be the TTCAA who is investigating. Most likely the FAA is also involved, because when you have these kinds of issues, you know, they immediately become involved because they have to come and audit your civil aviation system. So one would have preferred to have heard something about that, Madam President. So any status we have was hard won, and not the work of this board or the succeeding board. It is the work of all the boards that had come before them. They stood on the shoulders of those boards from 2001 going forward. Because, Madam President, any incident which impacts on air safety is not a matter only for, as I said, our jurisdiction, and therefore those who are entrusted with the oversight of the civil aviation system must be able to stand the highest scrutiny and cannot shelter in place because they are favored by the government. The government has a duty to ensure our civil aviation system, and by extension, the lives of citizens and visitors whose safety is entrusted in the hands of the TTCAA is not in any way compromised. The opposition agrees with the former chairman's message, because I looked at their annual report, and the annual report, they have 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, maybe up to 2019, but they are truly missing. So one could not even have looked at those annual reports, 2019 to 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. One could not even have looked. Maybe I missed it. But I did look for it because I saw it with the little Cayman, the ones with the 67,000 citizens. They were up to date. I did not see it on the website of the local TTCAA. So one could not have made an assessment as to what they were doing that was of paramount importance, that was so beautiful, that was really so specific and special and specialized that they needed to be there. So, Madam President, it is untenable to have a board in a statutory authority that will go on into perpetuity. This really is untenable. And the opposition recommends that a new board comprising a fresh pair of hands be entrusted with this particular mission, which is the safety of our citizens and safety of visitors. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam President. As chairman of the Standing Negotiating Committee on Air Service Agreements since 2018, I have had occasion to work very closely with the Civil Aviation Authority, and I have visited their headquarters in Piarco on a number of occasions. And I must say, it's a beautiful building, very well appointed. The Civil Aviation Authority is the regulator with oversight of all civil aviation, commercial air operations, locally registered aircraft, airmen, aerodromes, airstrips, and airspaces in and under the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. Aviation is widely considered to be the most regulated industry in the world. And it's easy to take for granted when you go on a flight to go to the States or to England, so much so that you can hardly imagine a world today without the aviation sector, without planes taking passengers and cargo abroad. But that is only possible because of the law that regulates the aviation industry. And for that law to operate, whether it's locally or internationally, three elements are critical. First, the regulatory framework and supporting legislation must be up to date and effective. Secondly, all operators within the aviation sector must be complicit. And thirdly, there must be a competent and effective regulatory authority staffed by properly trained, resourced, and committed professionals who are given the administrative tools by which they can effect the statutory objectives within which they have been entrusted. Now, those are not my words. I'm paraphrasing the paragraph on the fundamentals of regulation at page 52 of the text, International Aviation Law, a Practical Guide. Now, the record will show that Trinidad and Tobago is blessed with a very efficient, highly respected, even admired civil aviation authority, not just regionally, but globally. Indeed, in 2019, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, at a special ceremony of the 40th session of the Assembly, awarded Trinidad and Tobago the Council's President's Certificate in Aviation Security. We have had world-class recognition. And in June this year, our Director General of Civil Aviation, Mr. Francis Regis, he was recognized by that august body for his continuing leadership efforts and support for aviation in this region. Now, I have been at ICAO and other international aviation meetings, and I have seen firsthand the deference shown by other civil aviation authorities, airlines, and government officials abroad for our Civil Aviation Authority, its Director General, its staff, for their leadership and support for air navigation and other services throughout this region, and in particular, the Eastern Caribbean states. Our Civil Aviation Authority has been training members and personnel of airports and other aviation authorities throughout this region very quietly and very well for years without any praise or making much ado about it. For years, our Civil Aviation Authority has been providing seamless services to our aviation publics, doing what is necessary to meet stringent international requirements. So that's the background, and that is why it's important to have a board that can meet the challenges and demands posed by international aviation as it applies to commercial and recreational aviation and the broader aviation environment. Members of the Civil Aviation Authority Board are called upon to consider pressing and often very complex issues ranging from air traffic control, airline personnel, aircraft engineering, and even matters of national security. Board members therefore need to understand the jargon of international aviation law and the underlying purpose of aviation regulation. They need to be proficient in a very specialized industry. Now, I know we don't use props, but I'm going to just look at the laws. In this Red Book, apart from the Airports Authorities Act, the entire book is taken up by the Civil Aviation Act and its regulations. The entire book. I don't think you could find a single other law in Trinidad and Tobago that carries that amount of weight. Unfortunately, the law as it stands requires members to demit office just at the time when they're starting to really get proficient and a good grasp and understanding of the application and the influence of the international aviation legal framework and the underlying purpose for particular rules and regulations. Section 2.2 of the first schedule, as we have heard, prohibits them from serving for more than 2 consecutive terms, just when they're getting familiar with the applicable treaties and conventions, laws and regulations. So that cannot be good for the Civil Aviation Authority. And if it's not good for our Civil Aviation Authority, it's not good for Trinidad and Tobago. This amendment removes the ban on further service should a member be willing to stay on. So the real question is whether the proposed amendment will improve or impair the situation. Now, when I first looked at the proposed amendment, I wondered whether it might not have been better to modify the onerous restrictive covenant at Section 14A that the Honorable Attorney General spoke about. For example, to allow for the board members or ex-board members to work after consideration, perhaps of an appropriate application, or to set out appropriate criteria that could modify or soften that very absolute restriction. My cynical side also wondered whether this might have been an attempt to embed board members so that if there were to be a change in government, they could not be removed. But when one considers the effect of the proposed amendment rationally, calmly, and objectively, one realizes that if the amendment passes, there will be two possibilities after a board member's term has expired. The appointment can be renewed, or the appointment is not renewed. A member can also resign at any time. And should a member run afoul of any of the provisions at Section 2.8, his or her appointment can be terminated by the president. So the bottom line here for me is that there's a difference between eligible and bound. If this law passes, after a member's term of office has expired, he or she is eligible to serve for another term. But that is not a right, it's not an entitlement. The member is not bound to be reappointed. All this amendment does is to allow for options. So in answer to my earlier question, the amendment will improve, not impair, the situation. Now, having said that, I would like to take this opportunity to plug for further amendments to the Civil Aviation Act and the regulations which are urgently in need of addressing. There are a number of conventions and protocols in need of ratification. I'm not going to give you the whole litany, but some of the ones that leap out: the amendments to the Chicago Convention, the Convention on the International Recognition of Rights in Aircraft, the protocol to amend the Convention on Offenses and certain other acts committed on board aircraft, the Convention on the Suppression of Unlawful Seizure of Aircraft, the Convention on Compensation for Damage to Third Parties. There's a list. We need to bring ourselves up to speed with these international laws and protocols and conventions. Last but not least, notwithstanding all the important, all the good work being done by the Civil Aviation Authority, it pains me to report that staff morale at the authority is very, very low at this point. In fact, my understanding is that several employees are thinking of leaving. Not because they don't like their jobs, they do, but because their last salary increases were in 2010. Even though these workers have built a globally recognized and admired institution, even though the board has written to the powers that be asking for staff salaries to be increased, even though funding is available for those salary increases, hapless employees have been waiting in vain for over a decade for their well-deserved, proportionate, and justifiable increases. Now, this is shameful and must be addressed. Other than that, I thank you, Madam President.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to join this debate on the bill that is currently engaging the attention of senators in this chamber. That is the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2022. As most of my colleagues that have gone before me have stated, there's only 3 clauses in the bill, but so far there's been quite a bit of conversation around those 3 clauses, which ideally the clause that brings effect to what we're talking about is the one that deletes a particular line in the Act that allows for board members to continue onwards. And the Attorney General has spoken to in great detail and given justifications for exactly why that is needed at this time. But Madam President, as I usually do, I think it's best for me to summarize some of the arguments on both sides that have gone thus far. And the major arguments against, coming from opposition members, has been, particularly Senator John, has been centered around two main points. One is that the specializations required and as espoused by the Attorney General are not prohibitive enough that we can't find people to replace the board. And I think it's along those lines and that type of argument that she was putting forward. And even though slightly contradictory, the second argument that she put forward was simply to say that even if it is not prohibitive enough, that the government should have been able to find people within the 6-year period that this current board has been in place. And I think it is those two major points that she was making. On the government side, as put forward by the Attorney General, the arguments, and as supported by, I think, Senator Vieira in his argument that he's put forward, is that everybody understands that this particular industry is highly, highly, highly regulated, and for good reason. The major reason for that level of regulation is due to the fact that the slightest error has dire consequences. And for anybody who doesn't understand that, throw your mind back to, I think it was just before COVID, so this would have been either 2018 or 2019, where in the civil aviation industry globally, there was an issue that arose that had even the strongest flyer just a tad bit scared. And of course, it went on to understand that certain players in the industry, by certain companies that had a very good track record, there was a minor error, be it communication-wise, that led to certain consequences, which I don't want to repeat right now, but that put the civil aviation industry, the entire industry globally, in question. Shut down the purchase of new planes coming from that supplier, where people had to relook at their contracts, just because of what would be deemed at the point in time a minor error, decisions taken by leaders in the industry that led to those dire consequences. And I understood for the first time exactly why that industry is regulated to such a high degree and why you must meet the highest of standards if you are to operate in that industry. Madam President, the Attorney General has made it absolutely clear that there is a stipulation in the current Act which I think he was trying to explain that has led to the problem that we're facing now. It is not a problem that would have started yesterday and manifested itself tomorrow. It is something that I'm going to assume most governments may have run into, but were able to solve the problem because they were able to find people. But the thing is that that particular stricture, as placed in the Act, would have continued and gotten us to the point at some point in time, for as long as there's a civil aviation board that needed to operate. What am I talking about? I'm talking about that line that states that as long as you are a member of the board or a former member, that you are not allowed to work in the civil aviation industry for anyone that is regulated by the civil authority. So let me go a little deeper to explain how that could affect the ability to get people on the board. It immediately brings into question age. the civil aviation industry, similar to the medical industry or medical practice, is one that you do not just go to school and then enter in the industry. It requires that you have a certain level of experience, which is why in the Parent Act, it literally states that you need to have experience in order to be a member of this board. That also means that after you've put in the time, let's say that you are in mid-career, and I'm not going to call an age, you could take that to mean whatever you mean by way of age, but you are in mid-career. Do you think that you are then going to take up an appointment on the Civil Aviation Board, knowing fully well that whether by your own signature, whether by revocation or whether by effluxion, if it is you come off the board and you don't make the full 3 years, that you cannot even work in the very industry which you've studied so hard, which you've paid so much money for to enter for 2 years? What do you think that means to that individual, to be out of that industry for 2 years? So right off the bat, it tells me that what the Attorney General is saying is absolutely correct. The pool of experience that you need to pull from to serve on the board is going to be small. It means that what you have is most likely individuals who would be near retirement or already retired, because it's the only way you're going to get the experience. And given the highly specialized nature of the industry, it is not to say that you can walk outside, pick somebody from the street, and say, come and serve on this board. Senator John spoke to some of the job titles that are required as laid out in the Parent Act that is needed on the board. Lawyers, financial managers, etc. And I get where she was trying to go, but I don't think you hit the nail on the head. Let me explain why. Yes, you have lawyers. You have lawyers that are corporate in nature. You have lawyers that are criminal. Let's look at the corporate lawyers. When you are talking about corporate lawyers who treat with business, there are corporate lawyers who would end up in a very specialized field. Think of lawyers that work in oil companies. When you deal with those types of lawyers, you know fully well that they are dealing with the kinds of transactions that require a certain level of experience and knowledge as it relates to treating with oil companies. And so when I saw the requirement in this act for lawyers, to me it meant that you need the kind of lawyer that is experienced enough in the highly specialized area of civil aviation. So it doesn't mean, Senator John, that you can just go out there and pick a lawyer off the street and slip them in. And even if that is what you end up doing, the Attorney General is absolutely right when he says that it's a steep learning curve for that said lawyer to understand the machinations that would be occurring in that highly specialized industry. And if it is that you have this stricture within the Parent Act, meaning that after you've served for a certain stipulated amount of time, you cannot go back, then what you are doing is limiting yourself. Because to get that experience is not something that you can just find. That is why he has stated over and over again that what is being proposed in terms of removing that stricture to allow individuals to remain on the board and pass off that institutional knowledge and that experience to younger ones that may be coming in, so that you get the longevity that you require to ensure that you maintain the highest standards that are required for this industry. That is all we're doing. This is the Civil Aviation Authority that we're talking about. This is not political. Yes, Senator John. Yes, there may have been other governments that may have been able to find people. It does not mean that it was easy to do so. And as you've had that particular stricture, stopping anybody who comes off that board from working for 2 years, it means that that would have kept shrinking the pool over and over and over again. So I believe the Attorney General when he says it's not easy. I believe him when he says that this measure will allow us to train individuals within the system, allowing the board to have a certain level of longevity as you move forward. It means that when the older heads on the board comes off and they can't work in the industry and they may not want to because they've already retired or they've already passed retirement age, it means that the younger ones on there would have gotten the experience from them, the knowledge from them, to be able to continue onwards. That was the whole sentiment of what we're talking about here today. Nothing untoward, nothing political. And this idea, Senator John, because I don't know any institution that does this, and if that is the case, then we could apply this to the entire public service. But I don't know any entity, as soon as somebody comes on board, you immediately start looking for the next person. So I really do not understand the statement that in 2016 the board is appointed and you had 6 years to find somebody else. I don't know it to work like that. I really don't know it to work like that. The way I know it to work is that as the time approaches, you begin your search. But as the Attorney General indicated, if it is difficult to find people to come on to the board, then you're going to end up in the situation that we're in. And therefore, Madam President, I support the amendment put forward by the Attorney General, the Minister of Works and Transport and the government, in relation to ensuring that this particular entity continues to maintain its highest standards as it relates to what is required from a regulatory standpoint internationally and here locally. And I think that once this is done, it can probably solve a long-standing issue to the betterment of all that utilize this service. Madam President, with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the bill before us seeks to amend the Civil Aviation Act of 2001. And of course, the main objective, the main goal, the main aim is to extend almost on a permanent basis, not even a sunset clause, but on a permanent basis, the life of the current board so that they can be there along with other boards that may be appointed in the future without any term limitation. I find these speakers thus far from the government bench have been pathetic. Madam President, no one should take lawmakers for granted. And the government has brought legislation to this parliament to achieve certain political ends. Senator Nigel de Freitas, to achieve certain political ends. So I don't know who Senator Nigel, my good friend, de Freitas, Minister de Freitas, my good friend, I miss you as Vice President. Come back. I don't know who the minister is attempting to Mama Guy. Not to talk about the Attorney General. He struggled. He struggled. Madam President, we know from the legislation that is before us that you have 6 individuals who are appointed by the cabinet. Let us be frank. It is the president who is a cabinet appointing 6 members. And then the THA appoints 1 and the EMA the other. So in all you have 8 persons. But I heard my good friend, Minister Nigel de Freitas, Senator the Honorable Nigel de Freitas, talking about lawyers and expertise. I don't know the lawyer that they have on the board right now. What expertise does he have? Is he a WASA expert?
Senator Mark, Senator Lashmidial, I'm hearing you. Please, Senator Mark, I will not allow the debate to go down a certain path. So far, members have made their contributions, and I'll ask you to also confine yourself to the bill itself, okay? And not personalize anything, okay?
I'm not personalizing anything.
You were about to, and I will ask you, and you, Senator Mark, you started on that path, and I'm actually cautioning you now to not go down the path, okay?
I understand your situation and I understand your guidance. Madam President, what are we dealing with here? We are seeking to amend the Civil Aviation Authority legislation in an effort to ensure that there is no term limit. And we are being told that the reason for that is because of a limitation in the availability of expertise to sit on this board because of its technical, critical areas of importance. And that is essential, Madam President, to ensure safety of the persons who are passengers on that airline that might be involved. Madam President, if you go to the Act itself, you will see, for instance, in Section 8.1 of the Act, the importance of civil aviation. And the government has not brought any information to this Parliament to convince us or to justify why they wish to reappoint these same members of the board, or why they wish to extend on a permanent basis term limits or the life of the Aviation Board. So if you go to 8.1 of the Civil Aviation Act, it states, Madam President, that in performing its functions and exercising its powers, the authority shall have as its paramount consideration the safety of aviation. Madam President, I want to stress, in performing its functions and exercising its powers, the authority shall have as its paramount consideration the safety of aviation. So, Madam President, in making any amendment to this very important piece of legislation, we must ensure, we must maintain, and we must strengthen the safeguards if we are to avoid any possible breaches of safety standards, Madam President. Madam President, you would recall, and I want to emphasize, an aircraft is not a maxi taxi. When you are up in the sky, Madam President, you need safety standards being observed scrupulously. You need trained people, Madam President. So when a commercial Boeing 737 MAX aircraft flies 7 miles up in the sky, Madam President, if we do not have the relevant operational safety standards at work, Madam President, you can be in trouble. And therefore, the whole issue that we have to address in dealing with this matter that is before us, Madam President, is to understand that safety, and safety must feature prominently in any decision that we take in this Parliament. Madam President, we know that there was an old act called Canoe, that this act that we are amending replaced in 2001 because there were very serious weaknesses in that 1961 law, colonial in nature. And the weaknesses were discerned, and we were able to bring the Civil Aviation Authority legislation to plug those loopholes and weaknesses to ensure safety standards, Madam President. Madam President, in preparing my presentation, I, as a former trade unionist, did my research. I looked at a judgment that was handed down by the Industrial Court back in 1991, Madam President. And when you looked at this judgment, Madam President, you realize that the safety standards that were required on an aircraft, BWIA, according to that judgment of the Industrial Court, those standards were severely compromised. So the question here, Madam President, is that when you're talking about safety standards, and you're talking about doing away with terms of office, we cannot escape from the reality that when we come to safety standards, we have to look at some of the realities that compromised, seriously compromised, the safety of passengers. Madam President.
Senator Mark, I have allowed you a little time to build up and to present your argument, the context of it. But I'm going to have to ask you now to be specific in your contribution. This is, let's face it, it's a very short bill, 3 clauses. The bill cannot be, I'm just hearing about safety, and we're moving away from what this bill is about. I need you, please, to come to the point of the bill.
President, the reality that I am addressing is that the government has come with an amendment to this civil aviation law. And what is this amendment about? This amendment is to extend, to do away, Madam President, with term limits for boards of the Aviation Authority. And we are being told by the government that it is their intention to reappoint the same members of the board. So, Madam President, if we are talking about the board, and we are saying we want to do away with limits, and the government is saying, listen, these same people who occupy the boards today, if this bill is passed, if this amendment is passed, these same individuals are going to occupy office for a 3rd consecutive term. I am not dealing with personalities here. I am dealing with reality. And Madam President, what I am bringing to your attention is simply it is not proper for the government to bring an amendment to this honorable House to seek our endorsement and approval without the government coming and giving all the facts to the Parliament. Madam President, what I am advising and advancing is that some of the players who are on the board as we speak were involved in this court judgment of 1991. And these same players, we are being asked to allow for an extension of their time, when these players, according to this industrial court judgment, were reckless in overloading a flight, BW 419, coming out of Jamaica to Puerto Rico, to Trinidad, So we cannot, Madam President, in all honesty, come to this podium to speak on a matter that involves life and death, where some of the very players who the government has admitted today they are going to reappoint, if we pass this amendment today, and some of these very players, Madam President, were involved in serious breaches, Madam President, how can I come here and not tell you the truth, Madam President? How can I come to this honorable Senate and not tell Trinidad and Tobago we are playing with fire? That is why I thought the Attorney General would have been more straightforward with us today. And tell us...
Senator Mark, you need to rephrase that. Okay? Please, I'd like you to rephrase that last sentence.
Which one is that, ma'am? Remind me. No, you know, I'm getting younger, so sometimes I do miss things. So if you can guide me, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Yes, Madam.
I will just, all right, as you move forward, when you are speaking about the presentation and the Attorney General, can you just rephrase how you just said what you said? Okay?
Madam President, I want to let you know, it is dangerous to have the same group of people and its chairman, the chairman of the Civil Aviation Authority, was fired by BWI for engaging in excess overloading of passengers on a BWIA flight 419 in 1989. And this is the same gentleman who is now in charge of the Civil Aviation Authority that the government is seeking to reappoint. A man who overloaded a plane.
Senator Mark, you have now made that point 3 times. Is it safety? I heard about safety. I heard about the judgment. I heard about what the judgment was about. And now hearing about the chairman, okay. But you have to, at this stage, move on to another point.
Okay, Madam President, move on to another point. Madam President, you ever heard about regulatory capture? That's another point. I want to explain to this Senate the concept of regulatory capture. And this is what we have to deal with here, Madam President. I know this is a sensitive matter, but I fly in the sky, and I don't want, Madam President.
And therefore, you get back to safety. I was waiting to hear about regulatory capture. I'm very interested in that. You know why, Senator Mark? Because it's a new point. So, hold on. Let us hear about regulatory capture. Please.
President, I want to give you that. What is regulatory capture, Madam President? It is when regulators, and that is what the Civil Aviation Authority is all about. They are regulators, become victims of undue influence by the industry they regulate. That is what regulatory capture means. And Madam President, may I inform you that in 2020, a U.S. congressional report on Boeing 737 MAX airline, Madam President, are you aware that 2 airlines, Boeing 737 MAX, crashed? Lion Gate and Ethiopia? And you know why, Madam President?
That is not regulatory capture, Senator Mark. You've gone back. No, Senator Mark, listen. Senator Mark, can I just say that I must tell you, I really must. I admire your tenacity. This is a 3-clause bill. You have spoken quite a bit. You've spoken longer than anybody else at this stage on the bill. No, I know. I have to take it up. Security, regulatory capture. I am not going to, I'm going to please ask you. I do not want to hear about the 2 Boeings, whatever happened. I want to hear about this bill. And at this stage, Senator Mark, I really think, speed through the notes and get to another point, please, or I'm going to have to ask you to bring your contribution to an end.
Madam President, I don't know why everybody's itchy to talk about this bill. Why it is that this bill is causing so much problem? Why am I not given the opportunity and so on to develop my points? I am speaking about a matter that concerns a board that we are being asked to extend its time, move away with term limits, and appoint the same people. I am bringing to your attention as the president, that is a dangerous development. And I'm saying the person who they want to reappoint as chairman was fired from BWIA. And how...
Senator Mark, please, all jokes aside, you're repeating yourself. No, Senator Mark, please. And you know, all levity and aside, you are repeating yourself. So I'm going to ask you at this stage, I'm going to ask you, please, to either make a new point or wrap up your contribution.
Point, because I ain't wrapping up. I'm making a new point. Madam President, let me indicate to this Honorable Senate through you, and I want to support Senator Vieira. I don't often support him, but I support him on this one. He made the point, Madam President, that morale at civil aviation is extremely low. Why is morale low, Madam President? Right? Why is it low? Why is there a breakdown at that level, Madam President? Because the authorities have not been treating with the challenges and problems of the workers. And the board, the members of the board, along with the director, they have a big role to play in that. And you are going to reappoint a board where the morale of the staff is extremely low. So, Madam President, where are we going? We want to crush civil aviation? Madam President, let me bring to your attention, if you are not aware. Madam President, we know each other long, because I know when you were on that bench, you used to be like me.
Senator Mark, you know, you really do know, you and I can have conversations about that off the floor, okay? But please don't bring the presiding officer into your contribution, okay?
It's in you because I know you're a lady who's very jovial. Madam President, let me indicate to you, right? How can we be asked to extend and to remove the limit when you read in the newspapers some time ago, two aircraft that almost went up in flames? Why? Madam President, I raise this point to raise a particular issue with you and through you to the honorable senators. Isn't there something called spare parts, Madam President? Why it is that, for instance, after 4 to 5 weeks, we don't have the instrument to allow the air traffic controllers to be in direct contact by seeing those flights on their radar? Everything is now being done manually, but they have experience and training in that regard. Madam President, the blame must be put where it is supposed to be put.
I am saying that the board, led by the chairman, is responsible for what has happened. Why did the board and its chairman not ensure that there were spare parts available? And Madam President, even if spare parts are not available, look at 5 weeks now, Madam President. 5 weeks. And no instrument has been bought from Italy to replace that instrument that has gone down. Who is responsible? The workers? And the government of this country comes to this parliament with a straight face and asking us to support this extension, this abolition, this removal. To put who? Put back the same fella, Madam President. I heard Senator Nigel the Freitas talk about retirees. But the fella who's in charge is a retiree. He's 70 years and growing. So that is young? I say, yes, that's young. But, Madam President, you cannot tell me we do not have people in this country with the relevant experience and training to take over. I have been advised, I have been informed that the gentleman who we are seeking to reappoint has been boasting all over Trinidad and Tobago in the last 3 to 5 months that they're coming to the parliament with an amendment. They are coming to the parliament with an amendment to extend my life so I will remain as chairman. So I ask the question, Madam President, through you, is this ad hominem legislation? Is this legislation designed for one individual? And Madam President, that is dangerous. I do not want to be party to any legislation that is designed to fit the bill and objective of one individual because the government decided they want that man to continue. I think his name is Mr. Thomas Lawrence. He's the chairman of the Civil Aviation Authority. And as the same man, Madam President,
So
I'm sorry that you...
No. You've identified the person by name. I will ask you to move on at this stage. You've said enough in your contribution already.
How much time do I have? Another hour? Or 40 minutes? Tell me how much time I have, Madam President. Madam President, may I rephrase it because I saw your looks. And I have the greatest respect for your good self. Madam President, can you advise your honorable friend? How much time do I have?
If you were to avail yourself of the full time, and for that, I may have to give you a gold medal. Because, once again, for this 3-clause bill, if you avail yourself of the full time, you are going to finish in 10 minutes.
And I want to ask you, Madam President, right? When Madam President, when we look at what is before us, right? As I said, we would like to identify with good law. But Madam President, if something has been working for the last 22 years, why change it? The government has not brought any rationale, no convincing arguments to persuade us, Madam President, why we must do away with the current system. And Madam President, I think that people should not use us. I am not prepared to allow the PNM to use us in the Senate on the opposition bench. So, Madam President, the reality is that you and I agree that we need a strong oversight body. That is what this thing is about. Madam President, I want to ask the gentleman, Madam President, you're in a serious country. In a serious country. This same gentleman who they want to reappoint would have been hauled before a joint select committee.
Senator Mark, at this stage, I have no choice but to ask you, please, please, this is your last, please wind up your contribution at this stage. You're repeating yourself and you're engaging in more personalization that I cautioned you about before. I have allowed you to make your contribution, but I'll ask you now to wind up, please.
Madam President, I am not personalizing nothing. All I am saying, Madam President, is that we would like, the government would like us to reappoint a board that has been a monumental failure. And
Madam President, I bring to your attention Standing Order 53-1B.
I've already cautioned you on the fact that you are repeating yourself.
Yes, and tell me if it's repetition. You know why the government is jittery? The truth. They can't deal with the truth. That is why they're jittery. But I have a platform outside that when I am on it, you can't come and get up.
Senator Mark, I'm going to have to ask you at this stage to bring your contribution to an end. All right? Senator Deyalsingh. Deyalsingh. Senator Mark. Senator Mark.
Yes, ma'am.
You know that what you're doing is really not.
I apologize to you.
Senate. Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake in this bill, which seeks to amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903. And as mentioned previously, this bill has only 3 clauses, and the whole idea of this bill is to be able to allow the Cabinet to actually extend the life of the current board, which could serve actually 2 3-year terms. So presently, we are asked now to give consideration to this, and the Attorney General did make some quite convincing arguments why this should be done so. So I try to look at it in a way to see, do I agree with it or not? I heard Senator Wade Mark and I heard the other speakers, and I'm trying to now give my little 2 cents worth in this. So actually, what it serves to do is to take away the term limits that presently exist in this current board. And we know the board has been functioning well. We have heard the Director General has gotten accolades. So they must be praised for their work that they are doing. So they had 6-year terms. So what is the advantage and disadvantages of term limits? And this is I think this is where we have to consider when we are looking at this piece of this bill actually. And allow me to quote Charity Lawyer. It's an article that was given where it looked at the advantages and disadvantages of term limits. And in this article, it was made mention that there are certain advantages and disadvantages of term limits, and it was I'd like to quote actually where some of the disadvantages of term limits, and they looked at it, madam, in a non-profit organization, but I hope to bring it across to this organization that we are discussing today. They say the disadvantages is it could be counterproductive due to lack of staff, and we have heard that same argument. They may not have the staff. We have heard it also made mention the difficulty in finding qualified directors for their organization. And again, we have heard there's a limitation in the pool of persons that are able to be chosen in this aviation board. We also, it made mention more time and resources have to be spent on recruiting, educating the new directors. And as we know that once there's a new cadre of persons coming in, they have to get accustomed to the dialogue, they have to get accustomed to the runnings of the organization, they have to get accustomed to what they are facing. And also it mentioned losing supporters of the organization and mission. So those are the disadvantages. Now, some of the advantages of term limits would be the ability to attract more involved members. Fresh new ideas being brought in by new members. 3, getting more effective members. And 4, easier recruiting of new members and removal of passive ones. And 5, balancing of the continuity and turnover. So they basically try to say that, you know, they give both advantages and disadvantages. And I heard the Attorney General did give some of the disadvantages, but I just want to elaborate the advantages of term limits in an organization. So if we maintain the current individuals, we will not be attracting more individuals to come on board. Fresh ideas would not be coming on board also, because you may not have those individuals come in, a different direction, how to run things after 6 years. And they mentioned that this is something that new members may not be able to share if they had ideas, if they're not required to come on board. Then you may get more effective members. So they said that a broad source nonprofit governments index 2007 reveals that boards with term limits are rated by chief executives as more effective than those without term limits. It is also made mention that there is no perpetual concentration of power within a small group. The group dynamics is constantly changing, and the new people and ideas are constantly being introduced. And this prevents the stagnation resulting from the lack of board turnover. And then it made mention easier recruitment of new members and removal of passive ones. They said also recruiting new members may become easier with a board that is fresh and new. New members will feel less threatened by long-standing members who may be less open to new people and ideas. Moreover, it will be easier to remove passive, ineffective, or troublesome board members. This enables the organizations to replace them with active and motivated new members. So I look at some of these advantages, and they made mention also the balancing and turnover, where they said finally term limits for an enlargement of a circle. Finally, term limits allow for an enlargement of the circle of followers. Old directors will be replaced by new ones, but will still be able to stay active in the organization. As a result, it creates a balance of continuity and turnover. Because I heard the argument made that if we had the old directors with their knowledge, they may not be able, we'll be losing that. We'll be using the institutional memory. And I agree with that. But you see, there are other ways to encourage that disbursement of information from the old members to the new members. Simply, you could hire them out as consultants when you are caught up in a situation. Hire them, and the actual aviation board could hire out members to serve under them. And why I say that is, you may have an expert who could have gone through the law, and now you have a new lawyer on board, and he may need some guidance. Bring a consultant in, bring this old consultant in. pay him, some remunerate him well, but he will now be given that information. It's handing the baton over to the new people. So whilst I'm hearing, on one hand, that it may not be a good idea to do this, I just want to explore some of the issues raised by the Attorney General. Now, when I looked at the Act itself, the old Act, it stated that 6 suitably qualified persons with proven experience in the field of civil aviation, 1, law, financial management, economics or human resource management, and a nominee from the Tobago House of Assembly, as well as a nominee from the EMA, the Environmental Management Authority. So, whilst I heard the learned Attorney General said that the civil aviation industry is a highly technical and specialized field, which I agree, and the board is charged with very critical responsibilities for the regulatory and air navigation services. And the impression I'm getting is it's difficult to get highly specialized persons to act. But it's not really persons, madam. What you really need is one person, one individual, because the rest are persons in law, financial management, economics, and Tobago House of Assembly, and EMA. So it's really one technical person that you may need with that knowledge of the civil aviation. So I ask my question, is it so hard to get those persons? Is it that Trinidad has a lack of these individuals? So I did a little calling, and I actually, tried to figure, is there persons out there who, are not available? And lo and behold, I found out there are persons out there who are retired traffic air controllers, retired, pilots. They are there, and they are all willing to serve. And so the fact is, it is not really a set of these individuals you need, but just one to serve. And I try to figure now the rationale that it takes too long for persons to learn, new members not having institutional knowledge, etc. So my humble view is, again, persons can be given contracts, so we can solve that. Provide services after they have demitted offices to come back in and act as a consultant. Another rationale given by the Attorney General is that in a population as Trinidad, we don't have these persons a wrong amount. But, madam, I actually called around, and I'm trying to tell you there is no shortage of talent. There is talent, but are they reached? I don't think so. I took it on myself to call Ramesh Lakshmi-Dayal, a former director who served their general director. And also he was decorated by Her Excellency. He got a Hummingbird Medal. So he's a man who, in high esteem, he was the chair of CASOS, the aviation organ of CARICOM. And he told me, if called, he's willing to serve. I called Neil Mohammed, who served in the past board in 2015, up until 2015, a pilot, and did extreme good service. He was not called. He is willing to serve. Samuel Lampkin, a retired controller, air controller, and I think he served as president of the International Federation of Air Traffic Control. So there are persons out there. I reached out personally. Now, the minister may have reasons, he may have other information where I'm not privy to, where certain persons could not be asked. And so we have to respect his decision. But the idea is there are persons out there, and if we do not give them a chance, or if we give the impression that no one's willing to come on board, then this piece of legislation gives us a sort of a false idea that, hey, we cannot get these people. And you see, the thing is, we would have been hearing talk that from the opposition that you may have only persons who may be would be emboldened, who would be, in fact, beneficiaries of probably political patronage when they are given jobs. And we've been hearing talks like that, and sometimes, I wonder if some people may not put themselves forward because they may now be under that criticism that, it's a sort of a remuneration for some party favors or whatnot. So some people may not want to come forward for that. Some persons may not want to come forward because you have to fill out all these you have to give all your tax to our whole idea of the having to give our information to the Integrity Commission. Some people may not want all of that. And so we have to now find out how could we attract those persons, because really the whole idea here now is we are not getting persons. And if the ministry say we are not getting persons, we want to know why. Were those persons who I mentioned considered, we have to figure, because when this present Director General post was advertised in 2021, 8 persons applied, 2 were shortlisted. Those persons are still around, still has aviation experience. So among that, one of them could at least be considered. So therefore now, we have to realize, is there something in place where those individuals could now, be given a fair consideration to be sitting on this board? So therefore, my humble suggestion is a safer way to prevent persons from being left out is to have a sort of public platform, a social media platform, where individuals who are willing to serve the ministry could put this out and said who are willing to serve, because the ministry would not know if somebody served as a pilot in whatever country and is down here, or served in another jurisdiction and is now living in Trinidad and able to serve. The ministry may not have that knowledge. So therefore, for transparency, for persons not to feel left out, you have a public platform in the ministry to say we are looking for individuals in civil aviation who may be willing to serve, and let's see those names there publicly. So then the ministry could do their own investigations and decide who they can choose. And if that is so, then the public could decide that there's no need to come in and change this legislation. Because you see, this bill, I think, was changed really just mainly for one person, which is the civil aviation person, which we were told is a technical area. But I have now tried to explain there are other persons there. You see, another suggestion I have, madam, is that, our aviation area, we are looking for people with experience. But remember, we control airspace in Barbados, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Grenada, St. Vincent, Antigua. We also go out into in those areas. And those areas also have staff who man their airport, air traffic controller, and all these other engineers, etc. If you're talking about Caribbean integration, if you're talking about having CARICOM nationals come here, is there anything to prevent those individuals from coming and serving on these boards, seeing that they also fall under our catchment? So this is something that we need to consider, because I would support legislation which will give that CARICOM freedom of movement, where an individual could now serve in Trinidad under our board, because we already go into their country. So therefore, when I'm looking at the fact that the suggestion that the board members, the appointment of board members, as I'm saying, it is always open for persons to say political involvement. But I just want to draw a reference to what happened in UK. In UK, there's a press release given by the Civil Aviation Authority when they chose David Gray and Michael Medicott, who were reappointed to the Civil Aviation Board. And madam, what they said, and I read, an open competition regulated by the Office of the Commissioner of Public Appointments. The appointments were made on merit, and political activity plays no part in the selection process. They have both declared that they have undertaken no relevant political activity during the past 5 years, and they hold no other current public appointments. So what I may suggest, Mr. AG, and even the Minister of Transport, Works and Transport, is this entity, the Commissioner for Public Appointments, that exists in the UK, may be something we may have to say, let's develop here. So in future, when other boards are chosen, no one can point fingers. It's a separate entity. And this is something I think that we may have to look at. Another thing I want to explore, Madam, is the fact that the Attorney General suggested that the individuals, if you have the, if we continue not having this term limits, if we do away with it, that you would have the mixture of the old and the new members. But I still can't come to grips with this, because you see, if we maintain the board with the old members, it means an old member will still be sitting in the aviation slot. So how could you get new members to be on board to train, because they would not be part of it? The other persons will be a lawyer, it will be an accountant, it will be a financial person, a person in EMA. So I don't see that happening. A better idea to get this objective, which is a very good objective to let the new people be trained, is appoint new persons. And as I mentioned before, you now hire out the older ones as consultants, so they can now learn from them. They can garner that information. So I think I would have approached it that way, getting the new ones up. Now, the problem I think we had mentioned is that if you don't, that we also need to move with urgency. I heard the fact that the urgency in appointing this this body, because I think it's in September their term came to an end, and the Attorney General tried to make an idea that it was all it lapsed, but it really was a willing lapse where they were still studying this bill. And I think that I had been in the medical board for years, and very often, sometimes, persons' terms lapse. And we in the medical board were sitting for the Ministry of Health to send replacement, and sometimes months and months and months. So I am accustomed to lapse. So I'm not, even though you're saying that, Attorney General, for my practice in another board, I have a different experience, that things lapse. But the idea is, and this is what I want to gather, it's not an urgency, because the Director General has the knowledge, and the legislation did come into put him in as an individual who would not have that limit. So while he is there, he will be able to at least carry on the functioning for a while. So people will say, well, but will it happen? But it happened in 2015, because in 2015, when this new administration came in power, it took about a year for the Civil Aviation Board to actually be appointed. And in that year, it didn't really fall down. What happened in that year was the Director General was able to maneuver, was able to ensure that there was the proper running. So even though there may be an urgency I am hearing to appoint it, I am saying we can do something different. We can send out some notifications, who is willing to serve, and get that list, see if we get somebody in the civil aviation, and let's start and go back and start afresh, instead of increasing stopping the term limits. You see, Madam, I look at this this bill, and I realize it's not just all the other professions there. So let us even use the argument that we do not have civil aviation personnel with the experience, which I don't buy. You can get an attorney. The Attorney General was head of the Law Association. Attorneys could be recommended to come on board. The AMA could recommend their new person. The Tobago House of Assembly would recommend their person. And then the others, in terms of the economics and persons in human resource, I mean, the university would be full of persons like that, persons qualified, the School of Business and Accountant, they would have had a list of persons who did MBAs and degrees who could be suggested. So I am humbly suggesting that if you had looked far enough, if you had looked wide enough, if you had set your antennas out there, if you had put something on social media to say, hey, are you willing to serve, we would have gotten this and not probably have to come here today. But as it is, as we are here, I want to make mention that another concern I have, you remember these, I heard Senator Widmark spoke about that new, I don't know how he put it, looking at these boards and they are there for a while and their reaction. And I am thinking, if you have these boards, could they somehow in office cause, they are there for a while. Yes, they get expertise, but could they somehow, as I made mention in my opening talk where I actually mentioned the disadvantages and the advantages. Sometimes if you're in office too long, you may not be able to adapt also. And even, you remember this industry is a billion-dollar industry. Remember, they get fees from anyone flying over our airspace. They actually have a lot of influence in the purchasing of the aircraft, maintenance of the aircraft, dealing with transnational corporations, and they have a great fiscal responsibility. So even though it was mentioned that they have nothing pointed at them to say there was any financial impropriety, I always think, madam, that if you have 2 terms, another board coming in will be able to look at the past board. And to me, it's a check and balance, not to let someone go into continuation. So it's come like a term scrutiny. So I know I am in office, but if I have to go out of office, I make sure my books are in order, because the other team coming in may want to now show up, don't want to take blame for anything that board did, and they may now go in and scrutinize and say, hey, that board did nonsense. So I think it makes better sense that you would have a new board who could act as an overseer body to the old board, because they would not want to drag, they will want to get out of it too, to say, well, that was their decision, let's change it. So I think, and this is why I also not in too much of an agreement with what's mentioned here today. Again, the Attorney General mentioned that he mentions Section 14A, where he said no member of the former 14A of the Parent Act, that no member of the or former member shall accept employment or enter into a contract of service with an entity regulated by the authority until the expiry of 2 years from the termination of his appointment, whether by signature or revocation. So this Section 14 would hardly affect the other members. The other members would be an attorney who could go outside, the EMA member, the economic member. They would hardly want they can get jobs outside the authority. So this will only affect really the civil aviation personnel who is serving. So looking at 14A, I don't see it as a problem in terms of, someone may say it's really draconian in the sense you're telling me I cannot work 2 years after I've worked with you, and this may prevent someone. But if I know I'm going into this, and it's only 1 member out of the 6, because that 1 member is the civil aviation one. The others can get jobs elsewhere. I don't think it's too a great problem, because remember, madam, even judges, when they retire, they have to wait a period, I think it's 5 or 10 years before they can go into private practice. So it's something that's already there. So when I look at the fact that the whole idea of this is, the whole idea we are here today is to say, should we keep this board or not? Is this board doing a good job, such a technical job that no other persons could do it? Well, technical jobs, I already said consultants can come on board. Good job. How do I judge the performance of this board? And how do we judge the performance of boards? You see, Madam President, if you remember, years ago, we sold the landing rights in Heathrow, years ago. So,
Senator Deyalsingh, I just want to ask you to treat with the bill. You've spoken for quite some time and you've made a lot of points. And I ask you please to just remember not to go off of the bill, please. Okay?
So thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, this bill seeks to tell me that I should give the government permission to leave members on that board. and not to leave them with that two-term limits. So I want to know, have that board, how do I judge that? Because if I'm going to give my support for this bill, I have to give my support for the board to remain, meaning that I am sure that this board is probably doing a good job. But if I have to look, madam, I just want to mention three things. I mean, I'm making a judgment based on the safety that occurred, based on the security, and also based on how a board would treat its workers. And those are the three things that I would want to see. This is my reasoning that where I would think, well, I may not want to give the board my support. Okay, so let's look at treatment of workers. Madam, right now, I think it was Senator Vieira did mention that.
And that's, you hit the nail on the head. Senator Vieira spoke about this issue. Senator Mark dealt with it. So I think at this stage, Senator Deyalsingh, we're reaching the stage of tedious repetition. And I'm going to ask you, please, to, those points have been raised and dealt with by previous speakers. Okay?
The point I want to make, madam, is that how a board treats its workers is how I would look and see that board is knows what's going on. So just on Thursday, the industrial court, the PSA had filed an industrial relations offense against the Aviation Authority for failure to meet and treat with them. And the court actually dismissed it. So right now, there are workers there without any representation. And this is what I am looking at, and this is the caution I'm having, that what will happen to those workers who have a grouse and they now do not have the PSA to represent them.
But Senator Deyalsingh, that really is not an issue covered by this bill. So you've raised it, and I really think at this stage, you need to move on to new points, if anything.
So, madam, I am given a point that why I may not have the confidence in this board that this new bill wants to keep on. And I mentioned workers' rights as one, and I now want to mention safety. And various speakers did make reference to the fact about the near crash that occurred on Saturday, the 8th of October. And I do say, if that crash had occurred, we would have had to ask that same board that we are asking in place, did they have backup equipment? And you see, and this is the problem, madam, that I have, because you have radar surveillance tool for air traffic controllers, and you have something called ADS tools.
Senator Deyalsingh, no, I really have to ask you, please, at this stage, I really have to ask you to wrap up your contribution, because you're moving into things that have already been articulated, and, so tedious repetition is really...
I just wanted to make, madam, is that if I don't have confidence in the board to put safety measures in place, it's difficult for me to actually to want this present board to continue. And I also want to give another example, madam, if you allow me. Remember, it was the Prime Minister who said that someone had cut cables in the aircraft some time ago. And all these are concerns that I would have to raise. And even recently, the Barbadian government had concerns where Venezuelans passed through the Trinidad airport, went to Barbados, and committed a crime against an attorney there. We need to see if this authority, if this board...
Senator Deyalsingh, how can I put it? The bill deals with a particular scenario, and you are sort of stretching that a little bit. So I'll ask you, please. Yeah?
So, madam, I was just trying to elaborate that I may have some reservations how the board functions. I have tried to quote some examples, and I have seen if I had some examples, I would rather a new board in place, because I'm thinking it's not any, I mean, the idea is we would need to be more confident, and I would get more confidence with our old board, linking up with members of the old board to get that institutional knowledge, and the new ones will be able to take us forward. So I must say, madam, I would like to mention that I respectfully submit from the narrative the government put forward. I really didn't see the need for these amendments, because I really think it could have been advertised properly, and persons were out there willing to serve, which I did check. I also think the other arguments put forward by the fact that you couldn't work outside, there's only one person it would be affecting. It's already, the judges have a similar thing. And I am thinking for the safety of the nation, to continue the good name of our aviation industry, I think it's time that we hand out the baton to new persons who may have new ideas and be able to at least continue the good work that the other boards in the past had done and build on this. So I thank you, Madam, but most respectfully I say I don't think I want to support this amendment. I didn't think it needed to become.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to contribute to this bill, a proposed amendment to the Civil Aviation Act, specifically to the removal of paragraph 2 of the first schedule of the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903. The matter under consideration is the proposed amendment of the Civil Aviation Act to delete paragraph 2, subclause 2 of the first schedule of the Act for the removal of the 2 consecutive term limit for members of the board. Mr. Vice President, the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority is a body established under the Act and charged with the responsibility of regulating all civil aviation activities within Trinidad and Tobago. The TTCA act as a main liaison between this country and the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and the National Civil Aviation Authority of other countries. Pursuant to Section 11.1 of the Act, the business of the TTCAA is managed by a board of directors comprising 8 persons appointed by the President in accordance with the provision of the first schedule, and the Director General of Civil Aviation appointed in accordance with Section 13 as an ex officio in his ex officio capacity. Further, paragraph 2.2 of the first schedule of this Act limits members other than the Director General from holding office for more than 2 terms consecutively. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the authority have benefited from past history of having boards, successive boards, resign, retire, expire, and for years, no board have been in place. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I go into my contribution, I would first like to apologize to the chairman of the Civil Aviation, the former chairman of the Civil Aviation Authority, and the board for that outburst by Senator Mark a while ago. I think it is very disingenuous for people who would have put their name up for national service to be treated like that in the National Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And today, as Minister of Works and Transport, as a member of this government, and as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, I apologize for the behavior of Senator Mark. Mr. Deputy Chairman, just to go into some of the contributions, and I would not go into the detail of the bill because I think the Attorney General did a fantastic job of actually presenting the amendments, the reason for the amendments, and the importance of the Civil Aviation Authority. I think the Honorable Senator Anthony Vieira also did a fantastic job on the importance of continuity in the Civil Aviation Authority. I know the Honorable Senator had one concern, which was the outstanding negotiations, I think it was, and I can safely say that the remit of that is actually at the CPO at this point in time, and the ministry and the board awaits the direction from the CPO. So if that was your concern, I give you the assurance that that is in front of the CPO at this point in time. We also had the contribution by Ms. John, and I mean, Ms. John did not behave like Senator Mark, and her contribution was a little different. However, I just want to remind Senator John, who claimed that there were a lot of people out there and we should not be renewing any board. This amendment allows the government and the minister the opportunity to keep board members if required, to replace the board, and to ensure that there's continuity in the board. There's no carte blanche saying that the minister or the government is going to keep the board. I want to remind the goodly senator that it was under her government term coming into office in 2010, it took 15 months to appoint a board. 15 months. For that time, the civil aviation operated without a board. So clearly, putting together a board with expertise doesn't happen overnight. It was in 2015, and let me get the exact date as well. It was in May, May 2014, when that board expired. 14th, yes, May 14, 2015, you did not reappoint a board. The next board was appointed in 2016. So again, the country ran almost a year without a civil aviation board. And that is the reason for coming here today, so that at least we can operate, should in case a board cannot be assembled in time, at least you can appoint the existing board or some members from the existing board. For too long, we keep running the authority by the Director General, and that has to fix. This is one way to fix it. Senator Vieira spoke about several amendments, and I think it was Senator Mark who said that this was just getting up and coming to change. No, I can give you the assurance as Minister of Works and Transport, since March 2022, we have been working on several amendments to the Act. Unfortunately, that is before the LRC at this point in time, and because of the time that is taking, we decided to take this clause out, to have this clause amended at this point in time. But all the concerns raised by Senator Vieira have been considered and is now before the LRC, very soon to come before the Parliament. I can stay here and make a case for this board, but at the end of the day, the cabinet is the one who determines the boards going forward. I can tell you, my experience, I have not known the chairman, some of the members before, but working with the board over the last 6 years, I can tell you I have utmost respect for that board. And there are definitely members on that board who I would want to continue in office with. However, that decision resounds in the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. But I see no reason why experts on that board cannot continue in office at this time if that is the wish of the cabinet. And we must be able to give ourselves that opportunity. I have heard Senator Mark say certain things about the chairman. I can tell you, he's one of the finest gentlemen I have ever met. And I have utmost respect for that gentleman. And from what I have heard in the aviation circles, the gentleman is worth. And it's unfortunate when a country like Trinidad, we can, say things like that in our parliament about a gentleman like that. So I just want to show it in 2019. I mean, I can't show the picture, but I have a picture here where the International Aviation Organization, commending the Trinidad and Tobago Aviation Authority with the chairman, the permanent secretary, and the DG receiving one of the most coveted prizes. And there are several instances like that we can refer to. So why come to the parliament and try to belittle somebody like that who have been flying our flags at the Civil Aviation Authority? There are several things continuing now at the Airport Authority. Going forward, in 2022, there were several milestones achieved. In 2023, my information is that there's the development of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Corporate Plan for the period 2023 to 2025, implementation of the automatic defense surveillance broadcast system, and there's several initiatives being undertaken at this point in time. And for continuity, there might be members of this board who the government would like to continue it in order to achieve this. Senator John, I think one of her only problem with the board is that she did not see financial statements. I can tell you that when this board came in, the financial statements was, I think, up to 2012. This board was able to bring it all the way up to 2021. So yes, they have been doing their financial requirements, and so I have no objections as Minister of Works and Transport for this amendment. This amendment does not say that the government is going to continue with the entire board, or this is going to be the new norm. The Ministry of Works and Transport and the Civil Aviation Authority have been plagued in the past where boards have not been appointed for years. I think under the previous regime, probably the board operated for way less than 48 months. It meant that at least close to 2 years, there was no board over a period of time. When this government took over, almost 1 year it took before that Civil Aviation Board went in. What this simple amendment does, it allows the board to continue until the government feels confident that, look, we can bring in new people, we can train. Minister Deyalsingh spoke about allowing the experts to move on and then hire them back on contract. Senator Deyalsingh, the law does not allow that. Once they demit office, they cannot do anything at all pertaining to civil aviation. As a matter of fact, we may simply say as lawyers, and this, if a lawyer now gets a brief with a civil aviation company, they cannot do that.
According to what I read here, is that no member or former member shall accept employment or enter into a contract or service with an entity regulated by the authority. But I'm not speaking about an entity regulated. I'm talking about the authority itself hiring those persons on the board, not
Okay.
another
So it is all covered there. The entity cannot hire them. And that is why sometimes you allow them to stay on and you bring in new members to groom. This allows us for that. So there's no sinister plot in passing this amendment. It is simply to help the authority and to remove that challenge that they would have had going back, way back as 2010 and coming forward. If you go back to the history of the board, you'd recognize that for several periods during that time, they actually, a Civil Aviation Authority operated without a board. And I can tell you that in 2010, it took almost 15 months to have a board in place. And that, in my opinion, is not tenable. This is why from February of this year, the Ministry of Works and Transport took steps to have this problem corrected. Unfortunately, because of the time it took at the LRC, the entire amendment is not being, at this point in time, able to be tabled at the Parliament, but I give you the assurance we will be bringing that shortly. What we have done here is to take out this part so that at least we can have some continuity of some members of the board who have that experience. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think I would have said a lot. I know the Attorney General would have said a lot, and I thank all the members who have contributed, and I urge you all to please support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Nakhid. Senator Nakhid. Yes, she stood up for this. Senator Ahye stood up first. Senator Ahye.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I was beginning to wonder if my term had expired. This is perhaps the shortest bill that has ever been brought to the Parliament. Ironically, it is to amend what is perhaps the longest act of Parliament. I thought it would be useful to assess the usefulness of this present amendment that was being sought by examining the context. And therefore, I should look at the original act from whence it came. I thought I needed some background to put things in perspective. When I saw that the act had 1,999 pages, I said to myself, this bill is being piloted by the Honorable Attorney General, whose name is Armour. If you remove the first R, you get Armour, which means love, but I decided I'm not reading this act for love or money. I didn't walk with it because I didn't want to build muscle like Miss Senator Vieira. Love is not blind or even myopic, as the much beloved Armour learned recently in another place. So if you put back the R, you get Armour, which in Hindi means a protective covering. So I thought I needed to protect myself, in particular my fading eyesight, from all that reading. 1,199 pages, as the Bajans used to say on K-Ville campus, you making sport. The act of itself, though, is not that long. It has a mere 71 sections. It is the schedules that are lengthy. Indeed, one can say the petticoat much longer than the dress. It's a bad analogy. People don't wear petticoats anymore. The long title to the Act, Chapter 4903, is an act to make provision for the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority for the regulation of all civil aviation activities, for the implementation of certain international conventions, and for the institution of safety requirements. The Board of the Civil Aviation Authority is established by Section 11(1) of the Civil Aviation Act, which reads, there shall be a board to manage the business of the authority, comprising 8 persons appointed by the President in accordance with the provisions of the first schedule, and the Director General appointed in accordance with Section 13, who shall be an ex officio member. Now, the bill before us today seeks to amend the Civil Aviation Act to delete subclause 2 of clause 2 of the first schedule to the Act. This subclause states, as we've heard time and time again, and guilty of tedious repetition, no member of the board, other than the Director General, shall hold office for more than 2 consecutive terms. What is the length of the term of a director? An examination of subclause 2(1) of the first schedule answers that question as follows. A member of the board, other than the Director General, shall hold office for such a term not exceeding 3 years as shall be specified in the instrument of appointment and shall be eligible for reappointment. So what the present law envisages is that someone appointed to the board may serve in the first instance for 3 years and may be reappointed for another term of 3 years. After that is Ayo Pancho. At the end of that second 3-year period, you must go home. It reminds me of when Carl Hudson Phillips said in Woodford Square, PNA must go, must go, must go. Poor thing, my dearly departed friend went. Now, who are these people that can be board members? The president, it says in the first schedule, clause 1.1, shall appoint the members of the board other than the director general as follows. 6 suitably qualified persons with proven experience in the fields of civil aviation, law, financial management, economics, or human resource management. A nominee of the Tobago House of Assembly, a nominee of the Environmental Management Authority, and it says the president may appoint any 2 members, excluding the ex officio member of the chairman, to be chairman and deputy chairman of the board. Now, when you look at the 6 qualified persons, it does not say that they are all civil aviation people. You have a lawyer, you have financial management, you can have economics or human resource management, and they are board members. They are not full-time members of the authority, so they have lives of their own outside of sitting on the board. And that's important when we look to see the provision that one is looking at later on. The Honorable Attorney General wants to delete in its entirety clause 2.2 of the bill, that is to remove the limitation of service of a director, which is now 2 consecutive terms, so that there is no limitation at all. And a director, having been appointed, may serve ad infinitum, forever and ever. Amen. Now, I imagine some of you may have your imaginations running riot, and you may be visualizing ancient men, hardly ever women, you know, dribbling on themselves and worthy of being called abebe, sitting around the board table of the Civil Aviation Authority. But hold up, tarry a while. An important provision in the Act is the clause which provides for termination. He, or in this case, she who appoints can disappoint, discharge, or dismiss. It is not the end of the matter. It is not a case of till death do us part, which we hear pronounced in entirely different and happier circumstances, and even there, it doesn't work very well. Clause 2.8 provides that the president may terminate the appointment of a member appointed under section 11.1 where the member becomes of unsound mind or incapable of carrying out his duties, becomes bankrupt or compounds with his creditors, is convicted of any offense which brings the authority into dispute, is guilty of misconduct in relation to his duties, is absent, except on leave granted by the board, from all meetings of the board held during 2 consecutive months or during 3 months in any period of 12 months, or fails to carry out any of the duties or functions conferred or imposed on him under this Act. So subclause 9 now speaks to inter alia, termination of office by death, resignation, effluxion of time or otherwise. So there are other ways in which members can leave the board. As mentioned before, the minister is seeking the deletion of clause 2, subclause 2. The reason he advances for his proposed amendment is to ensure in the board of the authority the continued availability to this country of and in the aviation regulatory industry of suitably qualified, experienced, and competent persons. Section 14A of the Act, which reads, no member or former member shall accept employment or enter into a contract of service with an entity regulated by the authority until the expiry of 2 days from the termination of his appointment, whether by signature, revocation, effluxion of time, or otherwise. Now, I am not as persuaded by the second rationale as I am by the first. The Board of Directors manages the Civil Aviation Authority, which is responsible for regulating civil aviation. It is important to regulate civil aviation. I would have liked to, perhaps had the benefit of some real, lifelike scenarios where people were found to be at a disadvantage because of this particular provision. Now, is it important to regulate civil aviation? Does it require special competence? Is that competence in short supply? These sound like no-brainer questions. Mr. Vice President, When one considers the functions of the authority as set out in Section 5 of the Act, and that the board has to manage the business of the authority, one quickly realizes, or ought to realize, that to manage an entity such as this requires a great deal of specialized training and competence that is not run-of-the-mill or easily acquired or readily available. So it is no wonder that the Honorable Minister has adopted Polonius's advice to Laertes. If I'm allowed to take poetic license and paraphrase, those board members thou hast and the adoption tried, grapple them to thy bosom with hoops of steel. And that's what the minister is trying to do. What he's saying, I have a board of competent men managing the Civil Aviation Authority. Well, you must let me know if there are any women on the board. They have been tried and tested and true. The civil aviation industry is highly specialized, a highly specialized one with disastrous consequences if we do not get it right. So what the minister is saying, I want to get it right. Aviation crash statistics, an article written by Panish Boyle and Sher Ravipudi states, statistics show that up to 80% of all aviation accidents can be attributed to human error. They state that the most dangerous times include takeoff and landing and the time periods before and after these events. Pilot error is thought to account for 53% of aircraft accidents, with mechanical failure 21% and weather conditions 11% following behind. Now, when we sit in the plane and we see the people outside signaling, with their sticks and so on, we take it for granted that we know what's going on. But ultimately, we want to be safe. And we know that they're not just playing around like our children or grandchildren might do with these sticks. They are actually doing something that arises out of their competence, and their actions mean something to the people who are viewing what is happening. Now, the particular article I just stated further states, it is accurate to say that plane travel is among the safest modes of transportation. However, when aviation accidents do happen, the results are often catastrophic. There are no such things as minor airplane collisions or crash landings. These occurrences are devastating, life-altering events. The University of Trinidad and Tobago, in launching the Caribbean Center of Expertise in Aviation Safety, stated in its newsletter dated April 20, 2018, that the importance of aviation safety is paramount to the sustainability of the international aviation industry. With every air traffic accident, persons become more hesitant to fly, which can result in financial losses for the airline industry. Air transportation, and more importantly, safety in the skies, is everyone's business. So, Mr. Vice President, we have an airline to sustain. We need a civil aviation authority that performs well. We need a competent board to oversee the operations of that authority, or else consequences can be dire. There is always suspicion that people appointed to boards are political appointees by the government in power at the time. When the NAR won the elections, they went about busily and unceremoniously firing people from boards. Some of my friends were traumatized when they were told to go. One was almost in tears. I was shocked when I received a board appointment to the same board from which two of my friends and my boss had been removed. One of them said, "So you are NAR, you dog? You could have told me." I was reappointed to that board by every successive government, PNM and all those that follows, and only left when I was leaving the country to reside abroad. And I had to resign from 3 boards. I've never joined a political party in my life. So there is really no snake under every balize. Not every stone has a lurking snake waiting to bite you. This bill is not about partisan politics. This bill is not, as far as I can see, about jobs for the boys, but safety in the skies. When you sit on a board, you acquire a number of competencies. from listening to other members, from sharing their experiences. And I've heard here today that there are many people out there who are waiting anxiously to serve on boards. It is because of that collective engagement and the experience that is gathered from other members of the board and from the research that board members do, that you have this collective expertise residing in a particular board. So it is not very easy, it's not to me very logical to say, people just waiting. There are many instances where governments, the president cannot get people to serve on boards. So the problem is not to be solved by saying we have plenty lawyers, we have plenty accountants out there waiting, calling to serve. Many people are not willing to serve because they have problems with the Integrity of Public Life Act. They find the requirements are too onerous. And they seem torturous until you actually sit with the Integrity Commission members, the commission, and you see that they are really willing to assist you. And they are extremely helpful. So, Mr. Vice President, I support this amendment, but I trust that the amendments recommended by the Law Reform Commission will shortly make its way into this Parliament. There are things that need to be fixed. I understand that they are being fixed, but we've had many promises before. And we really hope that it is not empty promises, but in fact, that the government will move with some alacrity to get things right, because what we're dealing with here is a very serious matter that can be life-threatening. So I thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity. I did have some anxious moments, but I thank you most sincerely, sir.
Senator Nakhid. Pressure.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity for a brief intervention, mostly to rebut and to try maybe to elucidate on some positions that have been made in this honorable chamber. Mr. Vice President, when we hear the concern from this government about the importance of longevity institutionally and people having acquired the expertise in their positions, and how detrimental it would be to the society when people are not given that opportunity for longevity and to remain in their roles. We as an opposition, we wonder, where is that concern when it comes to the nurses in the healthcare sector who have been operating on temporary contracts under this government? Where is that concern and compassion for them when they are unable to have a secure and established life under this government, where we hear their complaints And yet, we wait, Mr. Vice President, for that much promised and touted bonus. We are already in November 15th, I remind this government, a bonus that was promised this month. So this is a government that has disrespected workers in the healthcare sector, having them work in an atmosphere of insecurity. And if temporary contracts for our nurses are the order of the day with this government, then we have to admit, when it comes to a position of a board member of the Civil Aviation Authority, no trifling position, of course, then where is the equity in judgment? And I ask that this government consider what an organization like Transparency International, when they speak about longer term limits, that it, and I quote, that it can increase corruption, nepotism, and the possibility of autocratic inclinations. That, Mr. Vice President, in short, describes PNM governance to a T. And given if that is the position of Transparency International, this AG should be working post haste to bring an amendment to limit any PNM government to one-term limit. As we heard the Minister of Works and Transport respond by basically suggesting that the opposition, through Senator Mark, somehow seem to be unpatriotic because we have questions about some of the appointments. And one appointment in particular. I would like to remind the Honorable Minister that they came into government in May 2015, and that 15 months where there was no board comprised was the failure of your government. But what did Senator Mark say that was so unpatriotic? This is not, he did not base his submission on an opinion. An opinion can be biased and slanted, and that is precisely what you offered. This is a judgment of a court. It was a judgment of a court that he should be dismissed. Whether or not he was reinstated, and I know that will be probably your response, it was determined, and I quote, the good gentleman agreed that overloading was a serious breach of the corporation's own safety rules and that it was a reportable offense. He admitted to failing to report the incident, but sought to excuse this fact by citing the pressure of work generated by the very course that he was conducting at the time. When you read the judgment and your evidence, and you wonder when you hear how fine this gentleman is and what he has contributed, then it goes again to this PNM government seeking to always have an alternative reality by trying to direct a narrative that goes against the grain and goes against what is established documentary evidence. And we have to wonder why they would go to such lengths when, and this is where comes to the contradictory submission by Senator De Freitas, if you admit that the boards have run basically smoothly, by your own account, if they have operated under these two-term limits and things have gone splendidly well, then what is your raison d'etre to alter that? It has to be something, I wouldn't say it might be a bit unparliamentary, nefarious, but it has to be something that doesn't speak to the logic of any of your arguments. Obviously, this is something not we, the opposition, have personalized, but it's something you have personalized. You cannot tell me, and this is not to belabor the point, that if it has gone so well with two-term limits, and if your government has decimated the economy in all sectors, then we have a willing labor pool ready to participate in this sector as well. Why not give them the chance? Why someone mentioned tenacity. Why your tenacity? Why your adamance in trying to retain someone that has serious questions against him? And that is not an opinion. That is documentary evidence. So, Mr. Vice President, which significant accomplishment of this board that this government can point to, whereby an amendment is sought to change how this board operates? Mr. Vice President, if, judging by their submissions, that they favor one man who, by all accounts, seems to have a close relationship with political directives, then I refer to what Transparency International says. When you have longer term limits, it leads to autocratic inclinations. So if you, for example, and my evidence shows that we have members who are on different boards, someone who is a chairman of WASA, someone on the same time on the board of the TTCAA, and also collecting over $5 million in legal fees. What can you say to someone who has experienced such largesse, Mr. Vice President? What can you tell this person when the time comes for him to make an independent decision, independent of a government that has afforded him such largesse? How is that going to be met with? I mean, come on, let's be realistic. People are watching. People are watching how you operate as a government. When you distribute such exclusionary largesse upon any person, and then ask that person to make a political decision or decision independent of political interference, how many people, Mr. Vice President, would be able to resist? How many people? And then, Mr. Vice President, here is the crux of the matter. To legislate that possibility of corruption, nepotism, and undue influence, this is what this government wants to do. And they don't even realize that, or maybe they do. You are legislating the possibility or increasing the possibility of not having a truly independent board. Now, why would our government do that, Mr. Vice President? What is the ulterior motive? And if, as they say, there's none, because they like to say that we are conspiracy theorists and so forth and so on, then why go to the hard, laborious work of coming here in front of the country, not only in front of the Senate, and legislating something that could possibly lead to what I just mentioned: more nepotism, more corruption, more undue influence. What is so important? What is so special about this person, about this board? You have not brought anything. You have not brought anything to us to say that this board is so special. They have constructed something. As a matter of fact, I'd like to be known, Mr. Vice President, that it was under UNC in 2001 that this same entity that we are speaking about came into fruition under Mr. Bazio Padne. in 2001. I'd have you know also, Mr. Vice President, that it was under Kamla Prasad Bisesa that most of the work was done to get this same, all these acclaims that this board is getting, was done under her. And someone who worked there, I will not call any names, for 40 years. It was so recognized, his work was so recognized, that his name was put up on a building. As soon as government came into office, they moved his name. I will not say why I think so. As I said, this is not about opinion.
Senator Nakhid, you have been speaking for almost 14 minutes, but yet you are not coming to the 3 clauses of the bill, and you have given you a very long run-up, and you've done that. Can you come back to the 3 clauses of the bill and your arguments for the matter at hand?
I am guided, Mr. Vice President. Well, I basically said what I needed to be said. I think it is important that part of the bill, as probably the most important, the most salient part of the bill, was concerning the term limits, which we are all concerned about, which we on this side are concerned about, because we recognize how, if not nefarious, but how the possible detriment that this can cause to any institution. And I think that it will be unwise of this government, they have demonstrated their proclivity and their inclination to interfere with independent institutions. I think it's not necessary to now come and legislate that as well. So I would like to say to the government that the good work that was done under the UNC, as far as this entity is concerned, I think is a reason why with all that work those boards did, we never sought at any time to extend their term limit. I think this government would be wise for once in their term, 7 years, to be so reminded and to proceed in a way that is transparent to the people of this country, to proceed in a way that eliminates any doubt about any ulterior motive that this government may have or any undue political influence they might want to wield. So we remind them again that we, the opposition, are not in tune with this amendment. We do not agree with it. We will not support it. And we hope that they can reconsider their position in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and prove that they are not just about wielding undue political influence on any entity. And I thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Vice President. I will attempt in my wind-up to answer just a few points.
Senator Nakhid. Senator Leiter. Before you engage Senator Nakhid in conversation, there is a standing order that leans towards staying within the chamber after your contribution for the purpose of being able to refute. I'm just saying. Another one is that you had your time to speak, but that outburst demands an apology before you seem to want to demit the chamber. You need to direct it through me and say the AG in it. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, a couple of terms have been used in the response from the other side that I would like to address briefly. One term which has been used by Senator Mark is the term regulatory capture. It is a misapplication of that term, and I would like to put it into context. What we are about here today is an amendment to the Civil Aviation Act to enable the term of a board not to be limited as it presently is by Schedule 2, subsection 2, and therefore to enable the members, any one or more, not all, the members of the board to be eligible for reappointment. There is nothing in that concept, nor in that present context, that is at all relevant to the misapplied term regulatory capture. In fact, and on the contrary, there is ample precedent in our legislative instruments passed by this Parliament in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, which speaks to the normalcy of boards being eligible for reappointment. I will give only a few examples. The Occupational Safety and Health Act, second schedule, paragraph 3. The appointment of a person other than the executive director as a member of the authority shall be for a term of 3 years, but outgoing members are eligible for reappointment. The Regional Health Authorities Act, Chapter 2905, second schedule, paragraph 2, subsection 1, subparagraph 1, speaks to the appointment of members being for a period not exceeding 5 years. So the limit is placed, not exceeding 5 years, as the President may specify at the time of the appointment, and those members are eligible for reappointment. The Securities Act, Chapter 8302, Section 12. Subject to this section, a commissioner other than a temporary commissioner shall hold office for a period not exceeding 3 years and shall be eligible for reappointment. The Children's Authority Act, Section 46, number 10, a member shall hold office for such period as stated in his instrument and shall be eligible for reappointment. The Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission Act, Section 4. A member shall hold office for a period not exceeding 5 years, as the President may direct, but a member of the Commission is eligible for reappointment. The Environmental Management Act, Chapter 35, number 5, Section 82, subsection 4. All members of the Commission shall hold office for such term not less than 3 years and shall be eligible for reappointment. The Town and Country Planning Act, first schedule, the members shall hold office for a period not exceeding 2 years, but such member shall be eligible for reappointment. And the Port Authority Act, Chapter 51, number 1, members holding office for a period not less than 2 nor more than 5 years, but any commissioner shall be eligible for reappointment. So the precedent is ample, Madam President, for the reappointment of members of a board And what we ask this House to do is, by the amendment which we ask that this House should pass, to enable one or more members of the board of the Civil Aviation Authority to be eligible for reappointment, having regard to all of the reasons to which I have earlier spoken, none of which I shall repeat, but only to emphasize the continuity of accessibility to proven experience, competence, and in the interest of the safety of the civil aviation industry. Senator John spoke, if I may pass on to one other point, Senator John spoke to the fact that the minister is responsible for the administration of the Act, and it seemed to me that she was suggesting that that is to exist independently of the board. But the short point is that by Section 15 of the Act, it is the board which must manage and advise the minister throughout their tenure so that he can perform his functions under the Act with the competence of the proven, skilled, and specialized experience which the board brings to the functioning of the Civil Aviation Authority. I believe it was the Honorable Senator Dr. Deyalsingh who spoke to the fact that there was availability of the hiring of old board members as consultants, in a suggestion that the bringing on board of new members could not speak to the competence of reappointing present members of the board. I hope I didn't get him wrong. But the short point is really that the members of the board are not available after the expiry of their term to function as consultants in relation to other persons acting under the regulatory authority of the Civil Aviation Act. And that therefore imposes its own limitation on the availability of members of the expired board. And very interestingly, Madam President, a term was used in this honorable chamber to suggest an intention of this bill which we bring for purposes of deleting by amendment the limit on the term of the members of the board. And as is his wont, it was used by way of misapplication and inappropriately, but it reminds us of a very poignant period of public outcry in this country, and it is perhaps relevant as I close for us to remind ourselves. The term was used by Senator Mark to describe this amendment as being ad hominem. And this House will record the law reports 2016 UK PC number 2 in the matter of Steve Ferguson, Maritime Life Caribbean Limited and Amir Edu, judgment of the 26th of January 2016, which is the locus classicus in this jurisdiction for the real meaning of ad hominem legislation, the infamous Section 34, passed by the members of the other side. Against that background, Madam President, it really is for me to say very little more. I think I have spoken enough. I compliment the commendations and the contributions of the members on the government side. I am indebted to Senator Vieira for a term that he used, and I will end by invoking, with his permission, the term that he used to describe the bill which we bring to this House, and the term was, the amendment will improve, not impair. And with those words, I beg to move, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 661, I beg to move that the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Attorney General.
Madam President, I wish to report that the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2022 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
As the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2022. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam President, thank you. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Aviation Act, Chapter 4903.
No? Honourable Senators, we will now revert to an earlier item of business on the order paper.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. To the Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, given the dust and noise affecting residents of Woodbrook as a result of an ongoing sidewalk refurbishment project, can the Minister indicate what immediate steps will be taken to safeguard the health and welfare of the affected residents?
Of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. In discharge of its continuous maintenance and upgrade works across the capital city of Port-of-Spain, the Port-of-Spain City Corporation is in the process of upgrading sidewalks, footpaths, and open spaces in Woodbrook. Whilst the corporation reports that the ongoing works are being executed to standard operating codes with relevant apparatus and on-site supervision, the completion of these works has been delayed due to recent adverse weather patterns, which resulted in the urgent need to redeploy resources in areas affected by landslips and flash flooding. This notwithstanding, the Port of Spain City Corporation and the councillor for the area, June Durham, have informed that the works being done on the sidewalk are almost completed and that the hacking and grinding, which has occasioned some dust, should be completed by the end of this month, the end of November. The Port of Spain City Corporation shall ensure that safety measures are taken by the contractor to ensure that any excessive dust is cleaned and that the area of works is frequently washed and cleansed so as to minimize dust generated during construction works. The Port of Spain City Corporation, Madam President, apologizes for any inconvenience caused by the upgrade works and thanks the Burgesses for their patience and understanding.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, may I? Yeah, through you, Madam President, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether the Burgesses were consulted prior to the commencement of the refurbishment project?
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the question asks what steps are being taken to safeguard their health and welfare, which I have responded to. With respect to consultation before the works have begun, what I can inform the Senator is that there is ongoing contact, communication, and consultation between the Port of Spain City Corporation, the councillor for the area, and the Mayor of Port of Spain, with Burgesses both within Woodbrook and across the city of Port of Spain.
Mark?
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the Burgesses are aware that the project will come to an end by the end of November, and that during the period prior to that, steps will be taken to reduce the level of dust and noise that they have been complaining about? Can the Minister clarify that for us?
Minister.
Madam President, I'm pleased to inform the Senator that the Burgesses of Woodbrook are highly attuned to the parliamentary channel, and therefore I can answer definitively that those who may not have been informed previously are now fully aware that the works will be completed by the end of November, and I again thank the Senator for the question he has placed to the Senate.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Thanks, Madam President. To the Honourable Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Given reports of the flow of raw sewage in the HDC Embarcadero apartment buildings, can the Minister indicate the immediate measures being implemented to address this situation?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the HDC is aware of this situation and is engaged in works to remedy the sewer issue at its Embarcadero housing development. This development and the sewer system are approximately 50 years old, and I understand and am informed that the direct cause of the sewer issue is a ruptured sewer line in the area. The HDC's estate management team is performing corrective works, which include the excavation of the floor slab to access the sewer lines in question, the repair and securing of a 4-inch and 2-inch sewer wastewater connections, and the backfilling and restoration of the entire area. The housing units have not been physically compromised by this incident, and the HDC is also in the process of conducting a thorough investigation into the incident with a view to mitigating risks of any recurrence. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, through you to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, could you indicate to this Honorable Senate the number of residents that are affected by this development?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Can I ask through you, Madam President, when this project or exercise addressing this particular seepage will be completed, Madam President?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. The HDC has advised that this work is ongoing and should be completed in the immediate future in a matter of days. That is the anticipation.
Madam President, before, I know we are completed, but I just want to raise something with you, if you'll allow me. Madam President, you know, I always seek to cooperate with this Honorable Senate through you. Now, I was told that the ministers who had to answer these questions were engaged in some activity in South Trinidad. And I was asked that these matters be deferred for these ministers to arrive. I did not expect the Honorable Leader and Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to substitute for these ministers. So, Madam President, I'd like you to guide this Honorable Senate when coming to urgent questions. Ministers have to be present to answer these questions. I just wanted to get your guidance on this matter.
Well, Senator Mark, I don't think there's any need for my guidance. I will ask, though, in matters where the items of business are set out on the order paper, and if there is to be an adjustment to that, there should be cooperation between the parties. And Minister, perhaps, if this should arise again, perhaps discussions can be had in more detail with the Leader of Opposition Business. Minister.
President, acknowledged, received loud and clear. Just to clarify one comment that was made by Senator Mark, the two ministers in question were, what I told Senator Mark earlier is that the minister responsible for housing is attending a funeral in South Trinidad. I did not indicate to him that she would be on her way to the Senate, but that the response would have been deferred. We requested a deferral to a later point in the proceedings to allow the minister to complete her funeral duties and to provide a response. And the response has been delivered, and comprehensively so, which was the point of the question. Your guidance has been noted, Madam President, and I will pass along this guidance to all members concerned.
I have allowed a little discussion on this, which is not something that I would normally do, but I think it is clear that the work of this chamber is premised on the cooperation amongst the members. So I just appeal for that cooperation. Okay? Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, November 29th at November 29th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m., at which point we propose to have private members' day, and Senator Mark may wish to indicate the matter that the opposition would raise.
Yes, Madam President, we will be debating the last motion under private members' motion that deals with the whole issue of COVID. Right, so that's a matter that we will be addressing when we meet on the appointed date. Yes, by Senator Nakhid. Okay, Honorable Minister. So that is it.
So, Honorable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised. Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it gives me no pleasure to return to this subject matter of the rising cost of living and the negative impact this is having on middle and working class families in our country. Madam President, the situation involving the rising cost of living is having a very negative impact on our citizens, and because of the fact that we have close to 150,000 persons unemployed in our country, as well as, Madam President, a fall or decline in the purchasing power of the citizens in terms of when they go to spend their dollar to purchase goods and services. What they get in return falls far short of what they would have gotten a few years ago. So there is need for the government to take some unprecedented action, because we live in unprecedented times. Too many citizens in our country, Madam President, are unable to have 3 square meals a day. Too many citizens are going hungry. Citizens are undernourished. Children are malnourished in many communities in our society today. I brought to the attention of this Honorable Senate some time ago the huge increase in not only food inflation, which stands at over 10% as we speak, but over the last 7 years, Madam President, food prices have risen by close to 40%. And this has happened at a time when wages have frozen or have been frozen, where workers are working on 2010 salaries, some 2013 salaries, and have to purchase goods, food, and services for their family, but working on, as I said, 2013 salaries, Madam President, and wages. In my budget statement, I made reference to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, their Consumer Affairs Division. They issued a statement on the escalating cost of food items in the country. And I quote from this statement: the price of a basket of 118 basic food items increased by 9.7% between February 2020 and February 2022. End of quote. Madam President, when we look at what is happening to food, basic food items, we see, Madam President, where food items which never had VAT on them under the PP government rose in price by 12.5%. Not to mention, Madam President, there were several hikes in fuel prices, which caused increased prices in almost every good and or service. Madam President, we just only have to look at what is taking place in our supermarkets today, and we have an understanding of the massive increase. Food items in some instances have increased by as much as 90% over the last 7 years. Madam President, a pack of chicken increased from $33.98 in 2015 to $44.56 today, and increased by 31%. Baby infant formula milk was priced at $165.41 for 900-gram package. This jumped to $223.21, an overall price hike of 34%. The price of a 2-kilogram package of rice increased by 48%, from $18.21 to $27.27, Madam President. The price of a 2 kg pack of flour increased by 50% over the last 7 years, from $13.44 to $20.16. Smoked herring, Madam President, with bone, raised by 57%. Table margarine by 90%. Bread, biscuits, soap, salt, onion, garlic, macaroni. All of these things have increased, Madam President. The price of fresh fruit and vegetables, Madam President, fish and meat have also skyrocketed. And therefore, Madam President, even though inflation, we are told, is just under 5% or thereabout 5.4%, the reality is that people, ordinary citizens, the marginalized, the vulnerable, they are under severe stress. And Madam President, one of the things I have asked the government to consider is to go back to the pre-budget or the pre-COVID shipping costs. It is as a result of a lot of increases in shipping costs that the escalation has taken place. And like Guyana, they have sought to control the rise in the cost of living because they have gone back to the pre-COVID shipping costs. So the importers don't have to pay the new rates, Madam President. Madam President, a shipment coming out of Malaysia or China that used to cost $4,000 per container is now close to about $12,000, $15,000. Those costs will be passed on by the businessmen to the consumer in the form of higher prices. We have called on the government to remove this 60% duty on macaroni products so that ordinary people can get macaroni products at a cheaper price. Why are we having macaroni products so high in this country? Who is the government protecting? So, Madam President, I think the government has to understand that when we are in unprecedented times, they have to take unprecedented measures. I was about to ask the government if they are going to consider price controls. Is the government going to import food and distribute food so that prices could be at a lower price, so that those goods can be compete with the private sector, so you could get
to the ordinary people who need food, Madam President? These are issues I think that we ought to discuss and arrive at some consensus on, because, Madam President, food is life. And if you don't have proper meals, Madam President, in closing, just recently, the Diabetic Association was talking about the crisis faced by diabetics. They cannot afford healthy foods. It is too costly. So I am asking the government, on behalf of the working people, on behalf of the vulnerable and marginalized, to do something to help the poor access cheaper prices for food, goods, and services, Madam President. I thank you.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'm always pleased to have an opportunity to contribute to debates in the House in whatever form. And let me say, I'm a little concerned because and this is certainly not a motion, a type of motion to be trivialized or politicized, and so I'm going to answer. But to me, Senator Mark has raised this before in another form, and then I also have responded to a similar, or I heard a similar thing being raised in the other place. But as I will respond because, of course, this concerns the welfare of the population, and that is our government's aim, always to look after, first and foremost, the welfare of the citizens of this country. But again, what I cannot take is the mismatch in terms of the placement of the matter on the adjournment and the discourse that Senator Mark brings, because he talks about rising cost of living and then he goes directly to food. So I thought he may have been talking about headline inflation and so on, whereas he zeroed in only on food and so on. But again, another thing, he just does not seem to get it and to appreciate that what is taking place is a global issue. This is a global matter. This is not the government of Trinidad and Tobago that is causing or bringing about this kind of these kinds of difficulties on the population. You do not seem to have an appreciation of what's going on globally. I can only come to that decision. Right? You've probably not taken the time to read and to digest what's taking place in the rest of the world. But there's no secret, Madam President, that there has been an increase in inflation across the globe, and that is largely attributed to the exogenous shocks arising from the legacy impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the geopolitical tensions out of the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And those issues have contributed to rising inflationary pressures from the sharp increase in oil and natural gas and ongoing global supply chain disruptions, which have led to the pressures for shipping costs, which, Senator Mark, if you're up to date, that's no longer relevant. And then, of course, there's the whole cost of, at that time, more recently, transportation, freight, and the cost of fertilizers and so on. But unfavorable weather patterns, there were so many other issues that contributed to the situation that the globe is facing. And climate-related phenomena as well. All of these things would have exacerbated the kinds of challenges that are before us. And while there are spillover effects on the Trinidad and Tobago economy, domestically, I want to say that inflation has been probably the lowest globally. And we are among the lowest globally. And of course, that is anchored by a very stable exchange rate and stable monetary policy stance, which causes us to be in the position where we are, where things are not as bad as it is in some countries. And so I can tell you, when you were looking at things like, and I will compare the United States Labor Department Core Consumer Price Index, which excludes food and energy, increased by 6.6% in the U.S. in September 2022, which is the highest level ever since 1982. And of course, that caused the Federal Reserve to act and to respond with the most aggressive tightening campaign since the 1980s. Again, in Canada, you had inflation. In September alone, there was inflation of some 6.9%, and in Europe, you had double-digit inflation as well. And of course, in the Bank of England, in the UK in particular, to raise interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point, which is the biggest hike in 33 years, and so on. So things have been difficult the world over. In India, retail inflation accelerated to a 5-month high of 7.4%. In Australia, highest level 7.3%. In the Caribbean, in Barbados, at the end of August, it was 7.8%, and in September, in Jamaica, it was 9.3%. But domestically, despite the increase in inflation rates globally, Trinidad and Tobago's inflation rate remained one of the lowest in the world. And as of July 2022, headline inflation was recorded at 5.9%, much lower than all of the headline inflation rates of other countries that I was referring to. But however, with food inflation at 10.3% in July and core inflation at 4.9%. But again, I listened to also and read about what the Central Statistical Office had to say on the price of food and non-alcoholic beverages much earlier in the month of August, where they gave a detailed account where, whilst alcoholic beverages increased from 135.8 points in July to 139.2 in August, whereas 2.5% increase a month. Looking at it month to month. But the CSO was quick to say that. Also contributing significantly decrease was the updated cost, the increase in the cost in chicken and flour and potatoes and cheese, but at the same time said the full impact of these price increases was offset by the general decreases in the price of bodi, cucumber, whole chickens frozen, carrot, fresh salmon, powdered milk, full cream, eddos, garlic, and other edible and oils, and fresh goat and so on. So you had some increases, you had some decreases as well. And we've been monitoring and looking at the FAO food price index, which averaged about 135.9 points in October 2022. But the price of all the indices and all of the covered commodity groups except cereal down month on month. So some prices have been coming down, not cereal as I said, but the vegetable oil price index averaged 150.1 points in October, which is down 2.4 points from the previous month. Again, with regard to dairy also was down. Meat price index also averaged 1.18 points in October, but down again 1.6 points. Sugar price index down as well. And so generally, the global food index has dropped 23.8 points from its peak in March of this year, still higher than usual prices. But what I want to put into the equation, you may raise the point about why don't we do what Guyana is doing with regard to freight rates and freeze it at the pre-COVID price. And what I'm saying to you is, if you were doing your homework, you would note that freight rates for containers and dry bulkers or vessels carrying raw materials and bulk goods have begun to soften over the last 3 months. You must do your research center, Mark. And the S&P Global Market Intelligence freight rate forecast models have also predicted the Baltic Dry Index is that it is expected to fall between 20% to 30% for the year before recovering slightly in 2024. So freight rates are coming down. But what we have to understand that in Trinidad and Tobago, in our neck of the woods, there's that unavoidable lag in between developments in the international economy and the fact that if we look at the FAO price indices, some prices are coming down and freight rates are coming down. There would be a lag, and so we will not see the impact on the local market conditions. So that because of our purchasers or distributors have bought in advance, they buy in advance. They've been buying goods when they can get, where they can get it, and that kind of thing. And commercial contracts, etc., will need to be honored. So there is a time lag. There is a transportation time lag as well. But we're hoping for the best that when we are able to realize these kinds of savings, that they would in fact be passed on to the local consumers. And so we continue to monitor. But I want to say that the government, the central bank, the government has been working, and of course, you would know about the VAT removal in 2021. We would have expanded the list of basic food items that are exempt from VAT. And I don't need to call out all of them: coconut oil, mayonnaise, ketchup, roti skin soup, soya minced, and that kind of thing, biscuits and crackers, fresh juice, and so on. But what it is, with you're talking about zero rating of thousands of stop-keeping unit items. Again, the personal income tax allowance was also reduced. All social assistance programs, I can tell you, all social support programs have increased over the COVID period and so on. And so that our measures, our support measures, have been something like $4 billion. Again, and added with government's other fiscal support measures. You're talking about, as of August, there would have been fiscal support measures to the extent of $5 billion by our government.
Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the second matter I'd like to bring to your attention and through you to Parliament is the need for the government to explain the failure of CLICO, which is under the control of the central bank, to provide a current valuation of its methanol holdings international limited shares as highlighted in the December 31st, 2020 and 2021 audit reports by KPMG International Limited. Madam President, I have in my possession these two reports, 2020 and 2021. Both have been qualified by KPMG. And the reason why both have been qualified is because CLICO, which is under the direct control of the central bank, CLICO has not been able, Madam President, to conduct and produce a current valuation report of the assets of Methanol Holdings International Limited. And because of that not being realized in 2020 and 2021, KPMG have had to qualify their reports. So much so, Madam President, that they said in their report that the total carrying value of this particular asset is $2.58 billion. That is at the end of 2019. So there is no valuation for 2021 and 2022. And therefore, what we understand, according to Mrs. Claire Gomez-Miller, in an article by Asha Javid in the Trinidad Express dated October the 1st, 2022, headline, CLICO can repay government by year end. The chairman of CLICO is quoted as saying that CLICO can clear, according to this statement, its $1.1 billion debt to the government by the end of December 2022. That is what we are being told. Now, the question here is this. We understand only recently that number, that figure, has increased from $1.1 billion to $1.2 billion. That is to clear the final debt to government so CLICO can be returned to its original owners. Now, Madam President, what we understand, and we need clarification, is simply this. Government, CLICO, owns, according to our research, 56% of the MHIL shares. And the government is seeking to sell these shares in an effort for CLICO to meet its final payments to the government, which we are told amounts to 1.1 billion or 1.24 billion. We know under the Companies Act that there's a provision that says if the company is not listed, then you can only own 20% of the shares. Anything above that will have to be owned by someone else, some other party, but not CLICO or MHIL in this instance. So, Madam President, we are seeking to understand why the central bank has allowed 2 years to pass, and there's a third year cropping up shortly without a proper valuation report being done so that KPMG can have a proper valuation of the assets of the Methanol Holdings International Limited. If it is that the government is seeking to sell those shares so it can recoup on behalf of the citizens who I am rooting for, we have to get those monies into the coffers so that people can get services. So if they are owed 1.1, 1.2 billion, why is the government not allowed? Why is the central bank, I beg your pardon, Madam President, why is the central bank not carrying out its duties to get CLICO to do a proper valuation report and have same submitted so that the books, the audited accounts of CLICO would be properly reflected. So when this report comes to us from KPMG, it will reflect the current reality and not qualified opinion in 2020, qualified opinion in 2021. And the government, under the Central Bank Act, through the minister, gives special and general directions to the central bank. So what is going on? Why is the government not intervening to give direction to CLICO through the central bank to have a proper valuation of the assets of MHIL properly conducted? So, Madam President, this is the issue that we have because there are implications. If the government does not provide a proper up-to-date valuation report, what it will mean is that they are going to undervalue the shares of MHIL. And I don't think that is the intention of the government, to undervalue the shares of the MHIL. So for 2 consecutive years, no valuation reports were done. And we're going into the 3rd year, and there's no valuation reports. So, Madam President, I am calling on the government to tell us what's going on. If Claire Gomez is saying that by the end of December 31st, 2022, CLICO will return to its original owners, then it can only happen if you conduct, in accordance with the Central Bank Act, an independent valuation of the assets of Methanol Holdings International Limited, which CLICO owns 56% of. And under the Insurance Act, Madam President, they can only hold 20% because it is not listed on any stock exchange. That is in accordance with the Insurance Act
that was passed recently. So I have brought this matter to the attention of this Honorable House because we believe, Madam President, that government, through the central bank, needs to exit CLICO. They need to return CLICO to their original owners. And if it is that they need $1.24 billion, do the valuation, get the proper share value, take the $1.24 billion and return CLICO to CLICO shareholders and proper owners. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President, for an opportunity to edify Senator Mark and to dispel some of his misinformation. Colonial Life Insurance Company, CLICO, did not provide the current valuations of its Methanol Holdings International Limited, or MHIL shares, as highlighted in the December 31st, 2020 and 2021 audit reports by KPMG International Limited due to the following reasons. 1. COVID-19 was officially deemed a pandemic by the World Health Organization on March 11, 2020, and due to the impact on the operations of the Oman methanol plant, the 2020 valuation was deferred to 2021. 2. CLICO subsequently arranged for an independent valuation of its shares in MHIL as at December 31st, 2021. And finally, this valuation was completed in 2022 and shall be reported in CLICO's 2022 financial statements. Thank you, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, if I can just take a little minute of your time to remind members that next week the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago is hosting the 11th Commonwealth Youth Parliament. I think by now everyone will have gotten their notices about it. The opening ceremony is on Monday, the 21st of November 2022 at 10:30 a.m. We are hosting 66 citizens from various Commonwealth member countries. The participants range from the ages 18 to 29. Now that means Senator Mark can no longer be considered a youth. That means some others as well. But you know, it will be nice if we can see the presence of our parliamentarians to meet with these young Commonwealth parliamentarians. I think it will be a wonderful experience for them to meet with you all. And just remember, we are all representing the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, which is hosting this very important event. So I will ask members to please make an effort to attend, okay? Not just the sitting, not just the opening, but the days of the debate, all right? So having said that, Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, November the 29th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, November the 29th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.